Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting in order. The Beaumont Independent School District Board of Trustees. Today is Thursday, October the 16th, 2025. The time is 3:10. Ms. Smith, can I get a roll call?
Yes, sir. Trustee 𝐂𝐬𝐭.
Here.
Trustee Dunn. Here. Trustee Avery. Here. Trustee Evans.
Here.
Trustee Hickman. Here. Trustee Wallace-Spooner.
Okay, we will now move to the board workshop portion of the agenda. The purpose of this workshop is for the superintendent evaluation training and goal setting. I will now turn it over to Dr. Allen for an introduction of our workshop trainer.
So good evening, Mr. President, to our board, trustees. Tonight, I'm excited to welcome Dr. Byron Terrier. He is Executive Director of Region 5 Education Service Center. He is going to conduct our training on superintendent evaluation and goal setting tonight. So I'll invite Dr. Terrier to come up at this time. He is an awesome trainer and a wonderful support to all of the districts in our region. So we'll turn it over to Dr. Terrier.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. I appreciate you guys having me tonight, and President 𝐂𝐬𝐭𝐡, Board of Trustees. First of all, because we have a new board member, some of the first part of this presentation, some of you have already seen, but we need to start just to cover everything, make sure everybody's up to speed. So we're going to cover what the requirements are for the board goals. 4 years, I say 4 years ago, it's been 2 years ago actually, the last legislative session before this one is when the House Bill 3 goals came out. Maybe it was 4 years ago, I'm sorry. But to remember this, at the very beginning, leadership, which is you guys, the team of 8 is the leadership for this district. The quality of leaders is reflected in the standards they set for themselves. This is Ray Kroc that made this statement, but it is good to ponder that for just a moment. If we're going to achieve at very high levels, we, as the leaders of this district, have to set goals that meet our expectations for what we vision in the future. So in 2017, I believe it was, the commissioner developed some standards or some goals for the state of Texas. And the first one was, he called it 60 by 30 TX. That's 60% of students by the year 2030 in the state of Texas, that they would meet, our students would have 60% proficiency at the meets level, not the approaches level, but that higher standard of the meets level across the state in some key areas. One of those is 3rd grade, math and reading. Math and reading at 3rd grade, 60% of all students across the state of Texas would meet the standard on the STAR test. So I'm going to ask you, hopefully this can be a little interactive here, why 3rd grade? Why do you think 3rd grade was the focus? Got an educator over here.
Just from all the research we've heard that if they're not proficient by 3rd grade, they may never catch up through their entire academic career.
So that's exactly right. Absolutely. Did you want to add to that?
Well, just because it's also the first year we test kids with STAR, so it's the first time we have really good data on where they are.
That's a good point as well. And you're exactly right. The research shows that if a child is not reading on grade level by 3rd grade, it gets exponentially less likely that a student will ever catch up. And it is the first time, the assessment, the first time that we assess them and get a good gauge as to where they are from a statewide perspective. We have other tests that show us at pre-K, kindergarten, 1st and 2nd, but the first standardized test that everyone takes is at the 3rd grade. The second piece of that, so that's early childhood reading and math. The second part of that is 60% of all high school seniors will graduate, number one, without the need for remediation. How many times have we heard kids graduate from high school, they go to college, and they spend a year, maybe 2 years, trying to get precursor work so they can start getting credit? And that's a lot of wasted money, a lot of wasted time, and so the objective here is to get students ready when they graduate from high school to jump right into college and start getting credit. And then they will have an industry certificate or enroll in post-secondary education or enroll in military. In Southeast Texas, we're doing pretty good at that in Region 5, but there's plenty of room for improvement to get our kids to that level, also in CCMR. So the plan requirements, the state, this is in statute with House Bill 3, requires that school boards adopt detailed plans that are developed by the administration to achieve goals in early childhood literacy and math and in college, career, and military readiness. That is in statute. There are some requirements that are tied to the statute, meaning that one person in the district is assigned to be responsible for the implementation of the plan that the administration develops and the board approves. And so you have someone who is your district contact, your district lead, to make sure implementation is done with fidelity. We are required by statute also to set specific quantifiable annual goals and 5-year goals. So we have a 5-year target, and then each year we have a goal that we're trying to meet leading into that 5 years. These must be reviewed annually at a public meeting, and in that meeting, it should look similar to this. If I'm the one responsible for a certain area, I would come and do a presentation. I would tell you what our baseline was, where did we start when we set this goal, what was our 1-year goal, what was our 5-year goal, and then we'll talk about it in a minute, but there are progress measures along the way that tell us the likelihood that we will meet the annual target and the 5-year target. And so I would tell you what the progress measures were, what the annual target was, and what the 5-year target was. Then I would share with you, here's where we started, here's where we are today. This is the likelihood that we're going to meet the goal, and if it's unlikely we're going to meet the goal, here is the administration's thought process and plan, change of action to actually meet that goal. It's kind of like I'm an old coach, so I use analogies of sports all the time, but every coach goes into a game with a game plan, right? Well, if I'm down 21-0 in a football game at the end of the first quarter, am I going to keep doing what we were doing? Not if I want to win the game. In education, we have been terrible, and I'm talking about Beaumont ISD, I'm talking about education in general across the country and across the state. We put a plan in place, and we wait till the STAR test, and at the very end of the year, we look back and say, oops, that didn't work. Well, our kids just lost a year of quality instruction because we weren't willing to change our game plan. And so with this, the target here, the requirement in statute is you receive a report quarterly of where we are, where we started, what the progress measure is, and where we are today, and what is the plan moving forward. So I would do that if I was in charge of that specific goal. Now, at the end of the year, at the annual report, that shifts to the superintendent, and the superintendent gives an assessment of how she feels like things are going. Are we doing well? Are we not doing well? Do we need to change the plan? And she will give that assessment at the end of the year, annually. Any questions on that so far? Okay, yes, sir.
Especially on the 5-year goals or those 5-year targets.
Yes, sir.
There's 2 legislative sessions in those 5 years. A lot of moving parts.
There are a lot of moving parts.
It feels almost artificial to start setting goals like that, knowing that sometime between year 1 and 5, things are going to change. So like my first year in school where we had these goals, but the STAR test changed, I think, twice.
Right.
So I don't know, this whole process has me a little bit, kind of perplexed because it seems like it's almost, we turn everything into numbers, which is fine. And, any other situation, you would appreciate the fact that your goals were tangible, things that you can reach out and see, but sometimes they're not.
Right.
And I think it's unfair to the superintendent, and I think it keeps the board in the state of, I won't speak for the entire board, but it keeps me in a state of bewilderment because I'm like, what is going on, and why are we judging people based on these goals that change so often?
Right. That's a great question, and I'm going to try to frame this for you and make a little sense of it. I may not, but I'm going to try to.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so, yep, valid points all around. We're going to try to clean this up, but we may not be able to. But think about this, envisioning. When we're clicking on all cylinders, this is where we want to be, right? That's what a vision is, a vision statement. When we're doing all the things well, here's where we're going to end up. The process along the way is, here's all the things we got to do to get there. And we may not reach that goal, but we're going to set that vision very high because that's where we want to be in an ideal situation. With a 5-year goal, you want to set where you hope to be in 5 years, but we all know things change, right? But this is what we're shooting for, and that's why we have annual targets to get us there. If the tests change, what do we need to do? We probably need to change. This is a living document, a living, breathing, goal-setting document, and we may, if things change drastically, we may need to reset our baseline and reset our 5-year goal and our annual goal. So it leaves the flexibility there that we can make changes. We're not setting this in stone and saying, under every circumstance, we're going to get here. That would be unreasonable. And so from time to time, if there are major changes with a legislative session or a change in the test or what have you, you change your targets. That makes sense? I didn't clean that up a lot, but maybe that helped a little bit. Did I address your question, Mr. 𝐂𝐨𝐬𝐿? I'm sorry. Okay, very good. Very good. Any other comments or questions? Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to think how to say it. One of my concerns about the goals we set, I know that we shouldn't have more than 5 or 6, and 3 of them have to be the ones that are state mandated, which leaves us with 2.
Yes, ma'am.
And the superintendent does infinitely more than those goals cover. And particularly thanks to our legislature and the community we serve, we frequently set her up for failure when you just look at the numbers.
Right.
And I know what the thinking behind all of this is, but is there any way to be more effective in goal setting so that we can give her, or should it be somebody else, him, credit due instead of just looking at these little windows? And I know student progress and student learning is absolutely our most important thing, but getting parents involved, for example, is one of the only ways we're really going to move these kids along. She does a great job with that. So is there a way to, and Beaumont loves to dislike everybody. So when we look at perception, I hate to say this because it's my people, you're not ever going to get the West End to celebrate BISD. I mean, there are a lot of kids in the West End who go to BISD, but I mean, the game is, let's see if we can put down BSD on everything we can drum up to put it down on. So how do we create goals that better give credit where credit's due and still keep our direction toward serving kids in the best way we can?
Yes, ma'am. Great question. I'm going to try to help you a little bit here, but again, I may not be able to clean it up a whole lot. So we do have requirements. These goals are obviously required, and we have to have them. And you said it, 3 to 5 goals. If you want to increase your chances of accomplishing any of them, you only have 3 to 5. Anything beyond that, the likelihood significantly decreases that you're going to attain not just the additional ones, but any of the goals. So that's why it's kind of narrowed down to 3 to 5. Research just shows that. Is that all the superintendent does? Absolutely not. Is that all we should grade our superintendent on? In my personal opinion, I'm right there with you. I don't think that's all we ought to grade our superintendent. I mean, this lady, I'm going to brag on her a little bit here. Probably all of you know this, but she came to my church in the summertime and talked about community involvement and those kind of things. Things that you don't see a whole lot of superintendents. She ought to get credit for things like that because she is going above and beyond in many ways to do things that you don't see a lot of superintendents do. So kudos to Dr. Allen for that. That's just one example that I personally experienced. So I get where you're coming from. So we have 5 goals. And in statute, it says the number 1 consideration for the superintendent's evaluation is student performance. Well, it doesn't define student performance. It can be growth. I mean, we all know what student performance is, but a lot of people just look at STAR test scores. But it can be a lot of things growing towards moving that needle. There are, and I've looked at your evaluation tool, and it is a locally developed evaluation tool. you must use, as part of the evaluation, the commissioner's student performance piece. I'm eating up some of the other presentation right here, so we won't have to go over it later. But part of it is the commissioner's student performance piece. She submits that to you every year to look at. So you have to consider that. But how much weight does it pull? It doesn't define it says significant. It needs to be the primary consideration. But you can look at that in growth. A lot of different ways you can look at that. There are other evaluation tools out there that look at a broad spectrum of things that a superintendent does. And I have examples of those. I don't have them with me because I wasn't thinking we would go down this path. I just focused on the one you're already using. But if you would like to look at some of those, we can. The problem with those are, does the board really know whether or not those things are being, and it's hard for them to determine that, but there could be evidences of attainment by just samples of different areas to prove to the board that it's been done, that will give her credit in areas that she may not right now be getting.
Let me speak to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I have been very vocal about not making her and her staff compile notebooks this size to give us, one, it eats up to valuable time that she doesn't have. But you almost need that if you're going to one of these other forms of evaluation.
That's right. And that's why a lot of people haven't done that. Now, my personal evaluation at the Service Center with my board, they cover all of that, but they want very minimal evidences of attainment. They say, we can see it. We don't need all this stuff. We just need little spot checks. And so we just pull little things for each one, and we have discussions about it. And it's a discussion of me telling them how I accomplish these different things, and every once in a while I'll give them an evidence. But there is that option out there. If that's something you guys would like to look at, I can send you copies of that and just let you take a look at it. But right now it's very concise. Your evaluation tool is very concise. It really is. And it's narrow. The scope of it is narrow. So any thoughts?
And, Ms. Avery, of course, wasn't here last year, but to Ms. Hickman's point, last year you didn't get that artifact
It was wonderful.
finder because we did a video artifact, which I love doing that. Like, that was probably a great idea that I had. I don't have them all the time, but that was a great idea to really, instead of giving you the binder and the notebook with charts and lesson plans and PLC notes, if I'm talking about implementation of a program, let me show you through a video artifact of what implementation of the program looks like. And I hope to be able to do that again this year so that you can really see firsthand instead of ciphering through trying to figure out the paperwork. It was really good, Byron, by the way.
Sure.
was
Would
really good.
you like me to send you copies of the other evaluations?
You sure? I mean, you can.
Just for you guys to consider, I can certainly do that. Yeah.
No.
He said no. It doesn't mean you have.
That's me, that's my opinion.
I'd like to look at them, whether we choose to use them or not.
The aggressive stance that we need to be taking in terms of, remediating some of our campuses and just doing different things. I would like to try to set those goals a little bit differently, because we're judged differently overall. There's no hiding the fact that TEA is kind of breathing down our necks right now. And so we're going to be judged a lot differently. So maybe just take a look at it. Could maybe a good way to try to set some more aggressive goals. And we've been pretty aggressive with Dr. Allen and staff in our last time. We set some pretty high goals, but I don't know what that translates to with a new STAR test on the horizon and, new curriculum. I just don't know what that really spells out, so maybe.
And I think everybody's in the same boat you are with that thought process. Yes, ma'am.
And I think another problem with the current document that we use is that every year Dr. Allen asks us to tell her how she could do it better. I'm not even going to begin to try to tell her how to do it better. I mean, she certainly knows more about the district, the children, the parents, then I will know again. So we're not much help for her there either.
Right.
We can look at numbers and evaluate that way, but it's not a terribly satisfying way to evaluate.
Right. Why don't I send you some samples? I'll send you 3 or 4 samples of different tools. Again, you have really, you have to use the commissioner's student performance piece. That's a requirement. But the second piece of that is locally developed. So you can use anything you want to, but you still have to have a primary consideration on student performance. But that can look a lot of different ways. But I'll send 3 or 4 different copies or samples to you, and if the board desires, share them how you like or how the board desires, and we'll make that available to you. Yes, ma'am. All right, so we covered a lot of superintendent evaluation that we won't have to later, so we're all good. I'm going to keep an eye on time. But moving forward, annual goals for aggregate student third grade math are required and reading assessments. Goals for each group evaluated under Closing the Gaps domain are required. And then targeted professional development for classroom teachers in kindergarten through third grade. And this was basically your reading academies. Now our teachers are going to be required to do what? Math academies, that's right, math academies. And so we've pretty much got all of our teachers through the reading academies except for the brand new teachers, and we're taking care of those as they come in. And now we're going to shift this upcoming year, they'll start the math academies. And we don't know what the deadline and what that's going to exactly look like yet because it hasn't been developed. It's in the process of being developed right now. But that will be forthcoming as well.
And another thing is the K5, K6 teachers are also taking a teaching reading test as part of their certification.
That's right. The science of teaching reading, that's correct. And in the certification programs now, they will be requiring the reading academies. I anticipate that math academies will be involved in that as well. And they're training every teacher in Bluebonnet Learning. I know y'all shifted to some of that curriculum here in Beaumont ISD, and that will be part of the training too. What took place in this legislative session that's very interesting is the legislature gave the authority to TEA to determine the criteria that colleges use to certify teachers. And so TEA now has a hand in that. That's why you're seeing Bluebonnet reading academies and math academies. But they, sir? I don't know. All right. Y'all feel free, jump in at any time. Annual goals for students in each group, meaning each demographic group. There are 14 demographic groups that are tracked in education as a whole. I would guess you probably, a district this size, have all 14. I don't know. Is that, yeah, I'm seeing lots of nods. And so you have to have a plan in each of these areas I'm discussing for every demographic group. Okay? I'll give you an example. I don't have all of them because they wouldn't fit on my screen, but I have like 9 of the 14 shown on another slide here in a few minutes. But I've already covered that slide. School systems are required to assign at least one district level administrator to make sure that all of this gets implemented. Each plan must have goal setting involved, which you guys do. You're going to do that tonight. Appropriate stakeholder engagement, appropriate implementation, and then you submit an annual report to the board, which I discussed earlier. Each goal needs to contain, this is what the goals need to look like. We call them SMART goals, but they have to have a baseline. Where are we today? They have to have a target. Where are we headed in 5 years? Where are we headed in 1 year? A population, we're talking about third grade reading, third grade math, and then whatever demographic group we're focusing on there, we set targets for each of those. And then, what is the deadline that this is going to take place? I have looked at your goals. They're very well written. I think you're going to be fine if you continue to write them the same way that you have. And then we adopt board outcome goals and progress measures. Every required goal, the early childhood literacy, early childhood math, college, career, military readiness are also required to have 1 to 3 progress measures, meaning we're measuring something else to tell the likelihood we're going to attain our goal. For example, 3rd grade reading. Our progress measure may be a test that we use in 2nd grade and 1st grade, and that will tell us the likelihood that when they get to 3rd grade, we're going to attain that goal. Questions or thoughts before I move on? Okay. 3rd grade is the only grade required for House Bill 3 goal setting. However, best practice is what I just said. Include progress measures for pre-K through 2nd grade would be an example. House Bill 3 provides opportunity to receive outcome bonuses for students demonstrating CCMR. You get a lot of data on that. You've got people that are very focused on that. We have a lot of support at the Service Center to help you make sure that you get the highest outcomes that you possibly can, but that has to be a focus. Here's an example of a board outcome goal. Just looking at yearly target goals from 25 through 29, that's a 5-year goal. But we don't get ridiculous with the goal and say we're going to be at 95% if we're starting out at 43%. We've got to make progress over time. And so here you see about a 3% increase, or exactly a 3% increase each year over time. Your administration looks at the students you have, the teachers you have, the administrators you have, the curriculum they look at the whole environment and determine what they think is a realistic, attainable target from year to year. And that's what they present to you. Now, if you look at it as a board and say, I don't really think that's an accurate, attainable goal, then there may be some discussion about that, but the likelihood that we know from that level is, but it's good to have conversation. But that's why the administrators bring it to you as a recommendation. And then you look at it. If there's anything you have a question about, we have a conversation. Questions or comments there? Yes, sir.
And maybe Ms. Hickman and Ms. Angelo can help me out. So when we went to goals night at Marshall, there was a goal that they touted. There was like a 50% turnaround of some. You remember that? What goal was that, and how does that fit into what we're looking at now? Like, it was like a reading score that changed almost, like it kind of doubled in the course of a year almost.
They were giving their academic performance from STAR, and they increased significantly, I know, in reading, because that's one of the things that helped them bump up 2 letter grades.
Right.
So he was saying the Domain 3 score increased probably by 50%.
Okay.
That's probably what he was alluding to in that presentation.
So how were we able to do that in that situation where I know it wasn't easy, obviously, but what happened there where he was able to get that type of turnaround?
So
is it realistic to believe that we can do in other places with the same strategy?
So it goes back to the quality of the human capital.
Okay.
So last year, his instructional coach, who was a reading expert, she went back into the classroom. I mean, that was a direct result of the quality of the instruction. And that's true for any and every single campus and situation that we see. So when you see some campuses that are performing much better, when you go back and you do a deep dive into the length of time, the experience of teachers, their expertise, you see a difference. So in his example, they were working hard and doing some good things, don't get me wrong, but it was directly tied to what was going on in those 6th grade. I think it was 6th grade, right? Did she go back in 6th grade? I'm not sure, but I know she went back into the classroom. So strategy-wise, one of the things that we did that wasn't necessarily a popular thing to do this year, we put instructional coaches back in the classroom.
Can we do more of it?
You are caught between a rock and a hard place, and let me tell you why. So campuses had 2 instructional coaches for the most part. Elementary was reduced down to 1 because those folks went back into the classroom. Secondary, they teach half a day now. They teach a half a day's worth of courses every single day so that we can increase the level of high quality instruction in the classroom. So with that comes a sacrifice. What's the sacrifice? We have all of these 300 people who don't know about instruction and pedagogy. So we lost some people who were actually coaching and helping and assisting. So I'm sacrificing coaching for what? Better and more quality instruction in the classroom. You caught between a rock and a hard place. We hadn't done that yet, but we did it this year. We did it this year. So we increased the teaching workforce by putting those, because those are all of your stronger teachers are the ones who are promoting up to those instructional coaches position. So while, we still have a cadre who are coaching, they are not full-blown coaching every day, all day. They're just not, because we need more qualified, certified instruction happening for our kids. So that was something that they did, that campus did in particular last year, okay? Well, everybody had to do it this year. So replication of strategy, well, that is being done.
Thank you.
Yes, the number one impactor of student learning is what she just said. It's who you put in the classroom in front of the kids. I mean, that trumps everything else. You have great teachers that are certified, highly qualified. That's going to move student performance more than anything. So kudos to you guys for taking that bold step to put them in the classroom. The other thing, and I don't know the situation you're describing, but the other thing we have to keep in mind is when you're looking at like third grade test scores or seventh grade test scores, we're not looking at the same kids. If we're going seventh grade this year to seventh grade next year, that's a completely different group of people. I could give you a test on anything right now, walk you out the door, bring a whole nother group of people, and the likelihood you're going to score the same, or if they score a little more, does that have anything to do with what we're doing in here? Not really. It's a different group of people. So what we have to do is get used to looking at third grade to fourth grade, all the way through the system, that same group of kids and how much they're growing. That makes more sense. That's not always how the state looks at it, but that's how we need to look at it, because that truly gives you a picture into what's going on in the district. So, like I said, there are 14 different categories. I listed as many as I could fit on my page, and it makes sense to you, but so we have African American, Hispanic, White, American Indian, Asian, Pacific Islander, Special Education, ECHO-DIST, English Language Learner. I could go on and on. There's 14 of them. I don't remember all of them off the top of my head. But anyway, any of those groups that you have more than 10 students, and like I say, I think you probably have them in all 14, we have to set those goals and track them. And so that's just an example of what that would look like. Here is an example of progress measures, and I showed you the overarching goal. The overarching goal would be supported by these progress measures. These are just examples, but here, this district chose to follow pre-K students who are on track with the Circle PM literacy tool, and then they used, was that kindergarten? Yes, for the Texas KEA on track system. And so that's what they chose to track and see if growth is taking place. A CCMR goal example, again, I'm not going to read these to you. You can look up there, but you can see there's a baseline, there's a target, there is a group of students that we are targeting, and there is an end date, a deadline. And we just track the progress over a series of years, and we have a 5-year goal. But like you said, this can change. We can reestablish a baseline at any time given the changes that take place in the legislature, et cetera. So then there's a requirement for plan monitoring, and I kind of described this a few minutes ago, but school boards must review the progress at least annually in a public meeting, but quarterly, and the way this is done, the person in charge of the area would give a summary of what's taking place, and it should be done quarterly. So each board meeting, one of the goals should be addressed and one of the progress measures. And we should have that conversation to keep you up to date throughout the year. Now keep in mind, early in the year like right now, we may not have enough data to really have deep, intelligible conversations, but we can tell you what we're doing and what we're working on. Does that make sense? Any questions there? Comments, thoughts? You have a great group of experts right here to my left and in front of me. Here's what that board monitoring calendar might look like. You see in August, they're covering Goal 3, Progress Measure 3.1, September, Goal 1 and Goal 2, Progress Measure 1.1 and 2.1. You would address this, you would list this out over the course of a year in a way that made sense depending on the goals that you wrote and the progress measures you wrote and the timing. And so your administration would determine that rollout of those reports. Thoughts, questions there? On this particular monitoring calendar, the only thing that is required is that goal, progress measure, and month column, but in this example, we included evaluations and trainings for the board, things of that nature. All of this is to be posted on the appropriate website. So district goals and plans on the district website, campus goals and plans on the campus that is addressed. So you wouldn't have elementary, you wouldn't have goal 1 and 2 for early childhood literacy and math on the high school website. That wouldn't make sense, but you would on each of your elementary campuses' website. I'm able to skip the rest of that. So thank you. On that first presentation, we are ready for presentation number 2. Let's move to superintendent evaluation. Do y'all have any questions on the goal setting requirements? Was that as clear as mud for our new member? Very good. All right, so let's move to just superintendent evaluation. Here's what's required. Number 1, superintendent evaluation process, think of it this way, it's an opportunity to discuss expectations and priorities. What do you want your superintendent focusing on? What are the expectations? It's hard for me as a superintendent to reach those expectations and focus on the priorities if I don't know what they are. So that's what this is all about. Collaboratively, we set SMART goals. I'll talk to you about that just real briefly in a moment. Monitor progress and evaluate achievement. That's real simple because they put it in statute, and so all we have to do now is follow the law to get that done. Priorities. We should discuss and affirm the board priorities and the superintendent's role in attaining them. What you said a few minutes ago, Ms. Hickman, is exactly right. She does so many things. We need to define what the priorities are for the board for her to focus more of her attention on. Then we have goals. We discuss and set goals with an emphasis on increasing student outcomes. That's what it's all about. And then progress, the evaluation is an ongoing process. The progress should be monitored and reported to the board at least quarterly. When we get down to the final evaluation like we are now, there should be no surprises for the superintendent and there should be no surprises for the board. We have been so transparent throughout the year, everybody knows what that evaluation is going to look like when we get to this time of year, right? If we're truly working as a team of 8, that's what it should look like. And then the evaluation, we review and revise priorities and goals annually based on achievement and the changing needs, just like you mentioned a few minutes ago. The board should include clear student outcome targets in the goals. That's required in statute. They should be SMART, specific, clearly defined, measurable. And we say this because what gets measured, what?
Gets done.
Gets done. If we're not holding people accountable, it doesn't get done. Achievable. We don't want unrealistic goals that we know we're not going to attain. We want something that year in, year out is something that legitimately, if we do all the things we're supposed to do, that we can attain those goals. Here's the thing I caution boards about every time I do a superintendent evaluation training. If the superintendent and the district do not meet the goal, does that mean that the superintendent failed or that we should count off on the evaluation? Not necessarily. And the reason is things change. You mentioned it. The test could change. Legislation could change. We could have a 7th grade math teacher that was out the whole year because she had a complicated pregnancy and had to be home with her child. Or we had somebody get into a car accident. Or there's so many things that can happen that impact that potential to attain that goal. And so what we hold the superintendent accountable for is she can only control what she can control. The things that are in her realm of influence and control, that's what we hold her accountable for, not things that are out of her control. That makes sense? And so a lot of times it has to be a discussion. That's why an evaluation should be a two-way street. Hey, as a board, we didn't see this, Dr. Allen. And Dr. Allen, we're going to give her a chance to say, you know what, I know you guys didn't see this, but let me tell you how I met that goal. And then she gives you the verbal or physical evidence that she met the goal, and we're all good and we're moving on. That makes sense? And then we have relevant goals. We need to establish goals that are appropriate for the current time, conditions, and needs of Beaumont ISD. And then they are time-bound. This is when our expected outcome is. Moving on, understanding the differing roles of the board and the superintendent, along with working collaboratively as a team of 8, are key factors in improving student outcomes. She can't do this by herself without your support, and y'all can't make it happen without her getting in the weeds and making it happen. So we got to work collaboratively to get this done. Boards who govern effectively inspire school systems to achieve exceptional student outcomes. Good governance is the relentless pursuit of excellence focused on student performance. And I see so much of that with you guys. We just have to stay the course, keep working, keeping kids as the focus, and working as a team, and not letting distractions get in the way that pull us off of our focus. Critical work of the board: establishing a vision, adopting quality goals, and evaluating the results is critical work of the board. Adopting policies that support our vision is a critical role of the board. Hiring and evaluating effectively our superintendent and adopting a budget and a tax rate are the key critical works of the board. Thoughts, comments before I move on? All right. This is good just to review. Oversight of management, that is the job of the board. It's not to manage the district, it's to oversee the management. And in any school district, how many employees belong to the Board of Trustees? You got it, 1. If I have an issue with anything, I go to the superintendent. Superintendent has however many employees y'all have, they all belong to her. So we don't go on campus and tell principals or go out onto the football field and tell the coach what. We go through the superintendent if we have an issue with anything going on in the district. So in the roles, I have delineated this. Red are board functions, blue are superintendent functions. Adopt vision and goals. That really should be purple. Because what color does blue and red make? I don't know, but y'all both are in charge of visioning and goal setting. That's a team of 8. Adopting policies is your role as a board. It's Dr. Allen's role to bring you the recommendation. It's your role to hash it out and adopt the goal. Developing the plans and guidelines. Think of it this way. The board determines the what, the broad what, and the superintendent determines how it's going to get done. And so she develops the plans and the guidelines for getting the policies put into place in the district. She implements all the operations. We came up with this great plan. Now what about implementation? She and her cabinet make sure that that gets implemented throughout the district. And then she evaluates progress and reports back to the board as requested. When I say she, her team, whoever she appoints to do that. And then you evaluate the progress on those goals and the outcomes of the things that you've asked her to do. That's about the simplest way I can put that as far as roles and responsibilities. Any questions on that or any confusion there? You determine the what, she determines the how, kind of from a 100,000-foot view. The team of 8, the primary focus of the board and superintendent should be what we've said over and over, I can't say it enough, improving student outcomes. There are 3 critical areas that improve student outcome, and you've talked about several of them already. High quality content. If we have, and let's just go through the 3 and then we'll talk about it a little bit, instructional leadership and strategic talent systems. The strategic talent systems seem to be the biggest challenge for Beaumont ISD, am I correct? We've talked about that and we've seen it. So if we can put great teachers in the classroom, they got to be there before we can put them there, but if we can put great teachers in the classroom We give them high quality instructional materials to teach the content that's going to be tested, and we have instructional leaders that are able to go into a classroom, observe, view it, make sure it's being done on pace, those kind of things. It's guaranteed success. The problem is we got to get the three things in place, and that is a challenge, as all of you know. So here's some thoughts to ponder, just to think about what I just talked about. We can only control what we can control. I've said that over and over. What if, just think about a great scenario, what if every teacher, principal, instructional coach, and administrator was trained on a consistent managed instruction? Like we all knew what we're doing. Every campus, every teacher, everybody understood what we're trying to accomplish here, and we're well trained in it.
And would do it.
That would be pretty amazing. We're getting there. We're getting there. So what if every administrator used the same consistent observation tool? And that's a challenge, because even coming out of TEA with the different initiatives, we had different evaluation tools as we go in and observe teachers. And so we're trying to get all of that into one system that makes it easier for schools. What if every teacher and administrator could walk into a classroom and discern the appropriate pacing of an individual class period, the appropriate pacing of a unit, a semester, and a year? Meaning every teacher is teaching what they should be teaching in the right sequence and at the right timing that it should be taught. And then the last bullet, what if every teacher and administrator was trained to identify appropriate rigor level of that material and research-based instructional strategies that were proven to move student outcomes? I mean, that's it. That's it right there. What's that? You got it. The problem is, how did I start almost every bullet? What if? The what if is where it has to take place. And again, we can only control what we control. We post positions, we recruit, we do our best to recruit and retain high quality instructors, and the pool is just isn't there right now. It just isn't there. And so there are tools that have been developed through different legislative sessions, this one in particular, where we can do some more things with growing our own and paying them while they're going to school, paying for their school, paying for their certification. Doesn't mean it's going to solve the problem, but it might help. And so there's a lot of things we can start focusing on. That's the biggest thing probably I'm proud of from this legislative session, because there was so much. But to get more teachers in the classroom, I think is critically important across the state, but more importantly right here in Region 5 and right here in Beaumont, Texas. So just continuing on with these thoughts to ponder, we have to have an actionable goal setting, aligned systems, supported educators, ready students, rigorous engagement, and it equals continuous improvement. That is what it looks like when things are clicking on all cylinders. How do students thrive? Well, they need well-trained, supported teachers. That's the number one thing that impacts kids. A loving, well-disciplined, engaging classroom culture. High-quality lesson content, and effective instruction delivery every single day. And that's just what that bottom statement just summarizes it. Campus systems that are critical for success: strong school leadership, strategic staffing, positive school culture, HQIM, high-quality instructional materials, and effective instruction. And then from a district standpoint, these are the key things for success for students: leadership, planning and performance management, talent, strategic staffing, which talent is our biggest challenge, readiness, which is integrated student support systems, content, the academic experience, looking at it through the kid's eyes. What does it look like for a kid in Beaumont ISD as they go through the school day? We need to look through those eyes sometimes. Instruction, instructional leadership and capacity building, and then operations. Obviously, finance and operations are important. Here's what the evaluation requirement in statute is, and I'm going to finish this on time, I promise. All school districts have two choices. We've kind of covered these already. A locally devised system, and then we must use the commissioner's student performance piece. An annual evaluation of the superintendent is required, and the student performance domain must be the focus. And then completion of the Lone Star governance evaluation will satisfy all of these requirements except for the student performance piece. And you want to talk about a simplistic evaluation, that is the total evaluation tool in Lone Star governance for the superintendent. All it does is list the goals, says what the target was, what you actually got, and whether you met it or didn't meet it. So that is the recommended evaluation tool from TEA. But it does not do what you asked a few minutes ago, Ms. Hickman. What you would do here is list out the goals, the progress measures. You would write down what the target is and then write down what we actually attained, and they have to get 2 out of 3 in every category to get a yes. If they don't get 2 out of 3, they get a no. It does not do what you guys were talking about a few minutes ago, but it is a very simple evaluation system. I don't know that it's fair to the superintendent, though. Here are your outcome goals from this past year. I just include those as a reminder because that's part of what you'll be evaluating your superintendent on. Any questions or comments before we actually look at your evaluation tool that you currently use? This guy over here has done an amazing job tonight. Thank you.
Thank you,
You've done great. All right, so Dr. Allen, would you like me to turn it over to you at this point to kind of walk through this first part?
Yes, and we
Okay.
can piggyback on a couple of things.
Yes,
So
ma'am, please.
you should have a copy of this, a fresh copy in your white folder. So if you go to your white Beaumont ISD folder and pull the 25-26 draft superintendent evaluation goals, on the right side of the folder, you have a copy of the district's strategic plan. This is a summary, I should say, of the district's strategic plan. So when I reflect on the information that Dr. Terrier shared, you know, we're doing those things. You may not necessarily recognize how it's actually manifesting, but we are. So this is just a simplified document that outlines the overarching strategy that we are implementing across the district. It shows what our 5-year board outcome goals are. We have several strategic planning committees. So all of these individuals, we have an early literacy committee that meets throughout the course of the year, reviewing every time we have assessment data, they're reviewing data. We are tracking that data. They are making adjustments to the actual strategies that we are implementing. We also have an early math planning committee. We have a community perception committee, A and B rated schools committee, and college career and military readiness committee. You know, we used to call them task forces, but these are individuals who meet, they're on the calendar, they meet. Every time we have data, we pull out that data, analyze that data. And then this just gives you, we started the process several years ago, but how we actually got to the development of this document. And it's really simple, and I'm not going to go through it, but I definitely want you to have this as a tool in your pocket so that when people ask the question, for example, when we meet next Thursday, we have a joint meeting with the city. And, you know, one of the things that I'll discuss, I'll talk about, you know, where we are academically. And one of the questions is, well, you know, what are we doing about, you know, some of our struggling schools? Like, what is our plan? Well, we have a plan, you know, that we continue to modify and make adjustments. And that's one of the things I feel like sometimes we do, Dr. Terrier. I'm not going to say to our detriment, but, you know, sometimes when you have a strategy, a lot of strategies and programs will work with fidelity of what? Implementation, fidelity of implementation. So, you know, we start something and you don't want to just abandon this program or this strategy because you want to give it an opportunity to do what? To actually work. And then sometimes you might stay with it too long, okay? So, you know, it's a fine balance, but that's what the work of these subcommittees actually do, is continuing to refine and, if necessary, make mid-year course corrections. You know, we did that last year. We did it in January. We started teaching phonics to every kid, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade in January. And we saw significant improvements in, you know, what we were seeing, the outcomes that we were seeing. So I'm not going through it, but I wanted you to have a copy of this for your reference. So for tonight, I want to you know, these goals are not new goals. I've shared draft goals, but we now have beginning of year data. And as a result of the beginning of year data, you have an opportunity now to really see what the potential baseline will be and what the potential goal could be for this year. One of the things I want to draw your attention to is on page 1 of your packet, Superintendent's Evaluation Calendar. As you can see, September, October is typically when we refine the goals. That's what we're doing right now. We have our evaluation training tonight. Typically, November through May, ongoing review and progress updates. January, formative review and superintendent self-evaluation for our board members who are experienced board members. Normally, I do this in December. But thinking about the fact that we never have mid-year data ready in January, like we're in a mad rush, I'm requesting to kind of push back a month so that we do our superintendent self-evaluation in January instead of December, and then do superintendent's formal summative in February after we actually have all the data, because normally I'm pressing the team really, really hard, rushing the team. As soon as the kids come back from Christmas, start the test, so we can have it for the 3rd week in January. So I'm requesting this year to just kind of shift that. And then in August, I always give you a formative review and a checkpoint. After all the data from STAR, after all the end-of-year data has finally come in, where did we land? I gave you that data. We did it in August. I gave you a chart and a spreadsheet. I should have included it in this packet, but I gave you a chart that showed of the 5 goals that were set last year. We made 4 out of 5 of those goals. The goal that we did not meet was the goal directly related to math. We increased by 6 points, I believe, and the goal was 7. So even though we didn't actually meet that target, we came really, really close, especially when you look at how our 3rd grade students actually performed on the STAR test. So I give you that every single August. So tonight, if you go to the 2nd page, page 2, which is showcased here, these are the proposed 25-26 goals based on this year's group of 3rd grade students. So I want to go through each goal. If you go to page 3, looking at early literacy. So each of the goals that are proposed tonight, of course, are directly tied to a board outcome goal. And the first goal being the percentage of 3rd grade students classified as at or above grade level on reading in class will increase from 44 to 51%. And it should not be by June 2030, it should be by June 2026. So when you look at the chart, we have our beginning of year data. If you could scroll to the next page. Okay. If you look at the chart, this is our current 3rd grade students. So on the left, you have when they were in 2nd grade, okay, their end of year, so right at the end of last school year, which was in May, when they took their end of year assessments. So this current group of students who we're focused on this year, when they were in 2nd grade, they ended the year 54% were reading what? At or above grade level according to M-Class. BOY assessments, we completed those assessments at the start of school year. So our BOY data shows that this same cohort of students in the 3rd grade this year, the percentage of students who are at or above grade level, can you see that, is what? Can somebody tell me what is it? See if you understand my data. It's the blue and the orange. So we're always combining the blue and the orange. The blue represents above, the orange represents at, the gray is below, and the yellow is well below. So we add up the blue and we add up the orange. That's the percentage that we're looking at. So last year, they ended at 54%. This year, we started the year when we assessed the same group of students, started the year at 44. So why? Do we know why you see such a decrease? Say it again, Ms.
Summer slide.
Summer slide. It happens every single year where kids are off 10 weeks, and what happens during those 10 weeks? Nothing. Nothing. So you have that summer slide, and it takes you a little bit of time to regain. So one of the things that I looked at, I wanted to see, well, this year's group of 3rd graders, are they coming into 3rd grade stronger or weaker than just the previous year's third grade. Well, they came in 2 percentage points higher than last year's third grade. Okay, even though we know we're talking about 2 different groups of kids. So I'm thinking, are our interventions, are the Saxon programs, are the things that we're doing, are we getting any traction with them? Well, they came in a little bit higher than the last year's third graders, okay? So what we want to do is see a 7% increase. That's the potential target for this year. 7% increase in these students on reading in class by the end of this year. Now, one of the things that I can do is I can get you a specific number of students. So when I say a 7% increase, how many students is that? So how many more students will we have reading on grade level by the end of third grade? If we're talking about 1,000 students, that's what? 70. That's about 70 kids. That's about 70 more kids in general who would be reading at grade level. If on roughly 1,000, I mean, we have more than 1,000 third grade students, but I'm just giving you some context to understand what these goals actually translate to when you talk about specific numbers of students, if that makes sense. So again, the proposed goal is we're at 44%, get to 51% by the end of this school year. Again, looking at M class. Now remember, this board outcome goal, this superintendent goal is directly related to the percentage of students doing what? Increasing, scoring at meets grade level on the STAR assessment. So that's what our target is. When we're doing the work, we're not pushing for the kids to just do well on the MOI. Ms. Hickman asked for some data last year, and I shared it. There is a strong correlation, a direct correlation between how the kids are performing on these MOI assessments and EOY assessments once you get to EOY and how they actually perform on the STAR test, okay? So the work that we're doing is, of course, with the expectation that kids are going to perform at grade level on the STAR test. We have so much confidence in what we started last year that we started out this year continuing that same intervention time, continuing with Amira, Dr. Terry. We started Amira Elementary School. I think we're pushing it up to 6th grade. And, you know, with that specific intervention time and with specific instruction with findings. So we want to continue those major strategies. Now, Mr. Evans asked, no, not Mr. Evans, Mr. Segui asked, are we utilizing Blue Bonnet for reading as well? Well, we're using Blue Bonnet for math across the board. We have a few campuses that we are utilizing Blue Bonnet for reading. Peach MacArthur, Homer Elementary, Martin, I think that's, and Jones Clark. So those 4 campuses are utilizing Blue Bonnet reading and math. But we found promise in this strategy, so right now we still want to continue implementation of this strategy. Questions? Feedback?
If my memory of our scores is correct, the campuses you just named did not do terribly well, right?
They did not do well. Peach MacArthur.
Is that accountable, is Blue Bonnet reading part of the problem, or is lack of teacher ability to teach the curriculum, or do we know?
So I'm not going to say that, oh, Blue Bonnet is not working the way it's intended to work. When you talk about fidelity of implementation, when you talk about teacher turnover, when you talk about new teachers, when you talk about some decisions we made, putting instructional coaches back in the classroom. So while they're getting some support, they're not getting all of the same level and intensity of support that they have received in the past. And I think it's probably a combination of both of those things. So, you know, that's, again, do we want to abandon the ship? Or do we want to still try, you know, with these campuses to continue? Because, again, you know, the state says what? What does the state say about Blue Bonnet, Dr. Terrier?
There's not a bunch of data out there, but the data is very strongly supportive of what we've seen so far.
It's
But,
pretty cool.
ma'am?
It's pretty cool. I mean,
It is.
it's a
I was having a
fun,
conversation with Mr. 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐬𝐿 before the meeting started, and I told him, I will never try to get a district to do anything that I don't personally believe in. And so when it came out, I went through every lesson, if you can believe that. As many would say, I nerded out on the lessons, because I can't stand in front of a superintendent or anyone else or a board and say Bluebonnet is good if I hadn't looked at it, and I don't know. But Dr. Allen made a great point without like naming it, but no individual initiative is going to change it. No combinations of initiatives is going to change anything unless we have the right people in front of the kids teaching the classes. That's where it's at. But once we get them in place, then all the other stuff we can really, so it's a combination. There's a lot of variables at play here.
I was playing with the kindergarten math this week, and all of you know that I am many things. A kindergarten teacher will never be one of them. I think I could teach kindergarten math with that Bluebonnet stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it was fun. It was cool stuff.
Yeah.
That was fun to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I was impressed.
It is a very strong curriculum, I will say that, but again, there's a lot of variables in addition to that.
Ms. Avery, you had a question?
Yes. On that same note of the progress for Bluebonnet Math and Reading, are we looking at the progress right now at the new one and see how is it going? Are we getting some feedback from that?
The progress for the
Bluebonnet Reading.
Bluebonnet
As of
Reading.
right now.
Yes.
And Bluebonnet Math. What are we getting back and where are we getting it from?
So they're taking assessments, they take different assessments throughout the different 9 weeks and then rating each units and modules. And so
So you're getting it only from assessments? That's it.
I mean, that's how we really know.
as well, they're all the same input screen, map screen, that everyone else uses. Tons of observation data, and then through our LASSO grant, we have approved providers, so they are in the campuses. So Great Minds for Bluebonnet, the publisher of Bluebonnet, is in our campuses every week. Observational data, walkthrough data, working with them on PLCs, and then Region 5 is our approved provider for Bluebonnet 508.
I'd like to just interject. Dr. Allen, I am where you are. That is the question. Should we continue it as we get feedback or abandon? Because one of our things, every moment matters. And Mr. Evans and I were at the last neighborhood association meeting in Willow Creek where Mr. Maxwell presented. And there were some concerns about Bluebonnet. And I hear Dr. Terrier, there are so many variables. But I'm hearing, a few disgruntled people. I've even run into educators that are implementing with fidelity as much as they can, that they are not satisfied with it. But that's just a few people. I haven't tested, the entire ocean. But back to your comment, I think that's something we need to stay cognizant of, to, chime in, at the end, do we need to continue or abandon? Because sometimes it's too,
One of the things, we're at the early implementation stages, of course, with the math. And I was in the staff development sessions Tuesday. So I went to elementary math. And I know there's a percentage, there's always going to be, a percentage, Ms. Spooner, who, struggle with change. And I'm not saying that it's easy, because the implementation is not necessarily easy. But I did see a lot of teachers, because I went into those classrooms, and they were invested in those lesson studies. and the feedback from our supervisor and from the presenters was positive about Beaumont ISD collectively, I'll say, and how we are attacking the implementation of a new curriculum. So, you know, again, we're at the beginning, and when change is hard and change is painful, and, you know, doing something different makes it, I'm uncomfortable, and I have to, especially if I've been working for a little while and I'm comfortable with what I'm doing, now we're shifting that whole thing and asking you to internalize lessons and asking you to annotate and asking you to really work this through in a different way. So it is uncomfortable, Ms. Spooner. I don't disagree. I don't disagree that it is uncomfortable. Yes.
It may be uncomfortable, and I don't know whether we've been doing it long enough to do anything except make the kids feel better about math. But in every area, the beginning of year math scores
was
are
better.
higher
I
than the
know.
end of year math scores, which shouldn't be happening. It
No.
should be the other way around. And they are significantly higher. I mean, 5 and 6 percentage points, which is statistically relevant.
Yes, they are, and that was an eye-opener for me. We have, you know, more students testing. You know, we pulled in, of course, Jones-Clark, and which, you know, Jones-Clark had significant gains. So those students are included in those numbers, as well as Bell-Price students. So we did see an increase, especially with NWEA MAP. But I mean, kids are what? It's not, you know, a subjective test. Kids are sitting there. They're taking the test. So yes, we had an increase. I was very surprised at that.
Mr. Dunn?
Yeah, we got to give it a chance, though, right? I mean, we just.
Oh
can't
yeah,
do this,
we have to continue
Like you
and
said,
complete.
change
Yeah,
is hard for some people, but you know, in this process we have right now,
Yeah.
we at least got to give it a chance to see how it's going to go. We still got time to do something about it. You know, figure that is not working.
but we can't say that right now. And typically, you want to give it 2 to 3 years, you know, before you really say, okay, hey, look, we want to make certain that we're getting the traction we need to get. Because after the first year, you're going to get better the second year with implementation, and then you're going to get even better the third year. So that's pretty much, that's where we are. But I don't feel bad about it, is what I'll tell you. I don't feel bad about what I see. I don't feel bad about the feedback and the commentary in general terms. I mean, I've gotten some feedback about the frustration that teachers have had, some teachers have had with implementation, with how to deliver the instruction. There's too much material for the 60-minute block. I mean, we've heard that, but they've also been coached on, you don't have to get through all of the material every day. That's part of the lesson study, the coaching and the training that they're getting is how to navigate through the lessons with the material and the things that you have, giving them tips and strategies on how to do that. So it's a process.
I think part of the issue is that the parents, as their kid was in the second grade, they were superstars academically, getting lollipops for the right answer and for the A's, and then when you jump to third grade, it's a major muscle movement. You are now held accountable as a student. You're taking the STAR test. You weren't doing it in the second grade, so everything moves a little faster. You're accountable when you hit the third grade. And the teachers don't have time to pat you on the head, give you a lollipop because you've done the right answer. Now you're in a position where you're accountable. They have to prepare you for this silly test that the state gives, and everybody's accountable. The students accountable, the parents accountable, the district is accountable. So it's a much swifter pace. And parents are used to kids coming home with the A's and stuff. Well, now the parents got to be invested in this part, this blue bonnet. They have to help their kids a little bit more. And that's what some feedback I'm getting is, my child was an A student last year. Well, baby, your child was not taking the stars in the second grade. And I think that's part of the issue, that last year my kid was a superstar academically. Well, you know, buckle down. You know, we have the blue bonnet, and we're going to keep the blue bonnet. We can't change it because a couple of people are dissatisfied. It's not going to happen. We have to push forward with what we put in place.
Give it a chance.
So goal number 2 is focusing on third grade math performance, increasing the students classified as tier 1 on MAP will increase from 55 to 62 by June, should be 2026. So if you refer to the chart on the bottom, tier 1, of course, that's the group that we're looking at. This is the same cohort of students. So the left portion of the chart, how did these students perform at the end of second grade? Where did they leave? They left 38% of them scoring tier 1, meeting grade level standards. So we test them at the beginning of third grade, and we're at 55%. I really don't have a great answer for that. I just don't. I know we have the inclusion of some of our kids. Team may have a better response, but they came in third grade stronger, a 17-point increase from the end of last year. Yes, sir.
All right, so you know, you started talking math, and it may as well be Japanese to me, but so I want to make sure I'm clear on something. So 38, right? That number 38, the tier 1, 38%, right?
Yes.
That was at the end of the year.
Last year, like in May.
And these were second graders,
In
right?
May, the same group.
So now they're third graders.
Third grade.
And they came back from the summer stronger? Or
At 55. Supposedly, that's what the assessment says. That's what the results say. We give this test. This is NWEA math. This is a nationally referenced test. Kids across the entire nation take this test. And this is where these kids were. This. I don't have my exact. What did we end for our star for third? Well, these kids haven't taken.
they haven't taken it yet, so
These
we'll
kids
we'll
haven't
know,
taken
I
STAR.
guess.
Yeah, but this is second grade. These kids haven't taken STAR.
Did they do something over the summer?
I think it's something with the assessment. It is something different about the assessment that they actually took. But the kids, and Ms. Angelo and Dr. Frank, you may can articulate more or better with, you know, how the assessment is administered. But
Are you gonna do a mid one?
we do MOY. It's a computer-based assessment.
You're gonna do a midstream?
Yes, they do MOY, and then they'll do, of course, end of year. Yes,
And we still do have the STAR test for what, 1 more year at least? Or
2 more years, this year and next year.
that don't make no sense. I thought the legislature just said it was not a good test.
We still have it for the next 2 years. And then we're going to the student
So let me get
success,
this
what
right.
is it,
Never mind, I'm
There
SS,
will be an assessment now that has a beginning,
a middle and an
of year.
end, yeah.
Are they related, they correlate with the NWA one? Do they correlate?
Star and math.
Yeah. Do you see any correlation with that?
Between the STAR assessment and MAP, yes, yes, oh, yes. Yes,
For the math assessment scores for BOI, we added in Jones Clark and Phil Price. They were not in our
I
data
know.
last year. They're 13%
Right.
of the data for this year's BOI.
And Jones Clark again had significant growth last year, okay? They did. I mean, they rose to a C. Jones Clark is a C school. So you can, that is part of it, but I still think it was super high, you know.
Let me see. The medicine I'm taking right now does not help me. But I'm going to keep on taking it for another couple months until I can get my other medicine. So like the STAR test, like they said, like the legislature said that test is no good, it's not fair,
But
everything's
they're not gonna
terrible.
go, they have to develop, they have to put everything in place, Mr. Evans. They're not gonna say, stop giving the test and have no assessment. They're not going to do that.
Pearson can't lose any money.
They're not gonna do that. Yeah, that's, I mean, that's a good way to put it.
Keep taking your medicine, Joe.
Yeah, I guess so. You know, whether it work or not, you know, you better keep on taking it. I'm gonna be in Austin one day, and I'm gonna fix it.
Okay, so,
Making these decisions,
no,
that's what I thought.
no,
That's what they need, to have them there
no.
to discuss this whole thing. And like, I'm having my car fixed, but I'm not a mechanic. But I'm gonna make the rules on how we gonna do this and procedures for doing it.
Yeah. I ain't gonna even talk to
This
them.
is insane.
I ain't gonna even talk to no mechanic either, Mr.
We're not
Dunn.
gonna fix the legislature, guys.
No, I know, I understand, but I'm just saying, they need some information
They
from all
don't-
the educators that's actually educating.
Do you remember that trip we took to Austin?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, that was a waste of time and effort.
It
Because
was.
they gotta do what they wanna do. All right, that's the second time I've been there, so, and the conversation we had was just like, okay, I understand what you're saying, bye. No, yeah.
So goal 3, increase the percentage of students who scored 3, 4, or 5 on advanced placement exams will increase by 7 from 36 to 43 by August 2026. You can see the 4-year comparison from where we were. We had a goal last year, we exceeded the goal. The goal was 6%, we increased it by 9%. Therefore, the recommendation is a 7% increase from prior year to this current year. Questions?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. Our industry certifications have just skyrocketed. I wonder if that's not a better indicator of what we're doing with CCMR than in our community, the AP test. And you know how committed I am to the AP test, so.
Yeah, and there's some additions to AP tests, I mean, the AP tests too, so they are career based.
I mean, it's perception-wise, I mean, we are making traction. We still have systems that we're working on. We're actually working to refine a lot with CCMR over the next couple of years so that we can increase our funding. Right now, our kids actually have too many choices, which is hurting us. They have too many choices. And we're gonna work over the next couple of years to streamline what the kids are gonna be offered, do some realigning with our sequence of courses so that we can continue to get our kids earning those certifications. I mean, it could be. Remember, for goal 3, the goal can be related to any one of the indicators, right? So to get a CCMR point, there are a number of ways that kids can earn a CCMR point. They can earn it through AP, they can earn it through dual credit, they can earn it through industry-based certification, TSIA. So there's 9 different ways, military, that they can actually earn this point. A couple of years ago, I think we had to increase our focus on dual credit, to increase the percentage of numbers of students participating in dual credit. We've had a direct superintendent goal related to the increase in the number of students who are meeting the overall criteria. But this goal focused, clearly for the last 2 years, because we want to make certain that we're meeting the needs of our high-performing students as well.
So, question, with military, how do they get a point for military?
They have to enlist. Remember, the data is lagging.
Like,
So, when they enlist and turn in, I think it's a particular form that they have to have, and that's put into the system. That's how we get credit for kids who actually enlist in military, but that counts. Actual enlistment. Not saying that you're going to go.
right.
You can't say that you're going to go, but you have to go
Flag.
through. Yes.
Get a hand in that.
Yes. And then the last goal, the district will increase the number of campuses rated at least a C by 4 by August 2026. This is directly related to increasing the percentage of students who are attending A or B rated campuses by August of 2030. The reason 4 was selected, when you look at our accountability data, you have an example of Beaumont United. Beaumont United was a 69, but they were actually a 72, I think. They were rounded down. Ridiculous, that's the system. Amelia was a 70, a little over 70. Amelia was rounded down, 69. Peach MacArthur has to come off the list. Like, we have an intense plan that we're working right now to get Peach MacArthur off the list because they are a multi-year low-performing campus. And so I said Peach, Beaumont United, Amelia, Guess is a 69. They weren't rounded down, but they are a 69, okay? And then, of course, we're looking at Vincent. We're looking at our middle schools, you know, moving, you know, significant jumps in numbers. But I feel like it's doable and it's feasible, so we're going to work aggressively to move those campuses to at least a C by the end of this school year.
And what is the reason for this rounding down thing now?
That's the rule. You have to score at least a 70 in each of the domains, okay? So mathematically, your overall score can actually calculate to be 71, 72. But when you go back and you look specifically at domain indicators, if you didn't score at least a 70, they round you down. They will not allow you to, is it 2? 2 of the 3. You have to score a 70 in 2 of the 3 categories. So if you don't get it, then they actually round you down. So we were hit with that on several campuses. You round it down. Questions, feedback, thoughts. So I know Dr. Terry is going to share the additional instrument, the remainder of this document. Do you want to talk a little bit about this piece?
Yes, I can go through this real quick because you can all read. I don't need to read to you or tell you what's there. But basically what would take place now with this particular tool, number one, you have your formative assessment, which is basically you are given the tool to take home by yourself and go through it as an individual board member. Then you bring it back to the summative, write down any questions you may have for Dr. Allen that would clarify things, and then you will meet with Dr. Allen, closed session, and y'all will come up with your final evaluation. You guys know how all that works, except for maybe our brand new lady, but that's just a quick overview. And then knowing that you're on a 1 through 5 Likert scale and what that grading actually looks like, exceeds exceptional, proficient, needs improvement, needs strong improvement, or unsatisfactory. So you'll go through each of the categories with that. And then this is just a summarization sheet, and we provide for every goal suggestions, and I don't really like the wording that we used here, suggestions for improvement. You also may want to do commendations. You may want to just do a little note there that says, hey, Dr. Allen, you really knocked it out of the park on this particular goal. We appreciate the work you put in, you know, the things that maybe you weren't able to point out elsewhere. So I would suggest just changing that wording to just feedback. Because it could be positive, that kind of indicates that it might be negative or have that tone. So anyway, that's just my thought. And then here's your summary sheet for each board member. We've got a little blank there for each individual board member, what they rated each person, and then the overall summary rating. Here's what has to be agreed upon by the team of 8, meaning the superintendent and the board. Number one, the instrument you're going to use. Is this, in fact, going to be the instrument you use? You'll need to agree on that. Number two, how are we going to grade her final summative grade? Are we going to list out what each individual board member and average it? Are we going to take the median of the grading? So that's the next piece that you have to determine. How have y'all done that in the past?
It's been an average.
Averaged it. Okay, so just make sure that we agree on that. We agree on the tool, we agree on how we're going to grade it, and then that's pretty much all of the tool. And again, student performance has to be a primary consideration. You'll have the commissioner's form filled out completely with all the student performance, and then you'll look at each goal and grade with that summary rating there as an individual. And we'll come back at the final board meeting, collaborate with the superintendent, and come up with our final grade on each section. Is there anything else that you guys need on superintendent evaluation? Everybody have a good understanding? I will send additional samples to you, and you guys do whatever you like with those. But ultimately, the superintendent and the board, by statute, must agree on the tool and agree on how you're going to grade the tool. If you guys don't have any questions, that's all I have for you tonight, and I want to thank you so much. Y'all are always fun to work with. Love the questions and the feedback and discussion.
Well, we want to thank you, Dr. Terrio, for coming out to train us. We always get a lot from you.
Thank you.
I think I speak on behalf of everyone. Does anybody have any questions? Again, we say thank you.
Thank you.
From the board.
Yes, sir.
Superintendent.
Yes, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. He always answers the call whenever we need him. We certainly appreciate it.
I just have to make the closing comment that I have visited quite a few campuses over the last year and a half, 2 years, and you guys are working super hard and doing great work. And I just want to thank you from the Service Center, because my evaluation is based on your performance as well. So thank you for your hard work. And board, thank you for all of your support of the administration in getting the work done. You guys really are working hard, so thank you.
Thank you.
So we have like 30 minutes. Can we knock out some of the closed session stuff as much as we can? Let's go ahead and go to closed session.
We're going to go ahead and go into the closed session. Let me,
We just good. Yes, sir.
hold up, let me get it right. Get my eyeglasses on. The board will now go into the closed session under section chapter 551 of the Texas Code of Sections 55.01, .02, .073, .074, .076, .08083. To deliberate the following: personnel, real estate, and economic development. Let's go.
You have our attorney here?
Now she don't do it on Facebook. Zoom, I'm sorry. Don't do a Zoom with us. time is 6:20. Now I'm going to speak about our public hearing portion of the meeting. Dr. Allen.
Good evening again, Mr. President, to our board trustees and Beaumont ISD community. The Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, or FIRST, was developed by the Texas Education Agency in response to Senate Bill 875 of the 76th Texas Legislature in 1999. The primary objective of the rating system is to assess the quality of financial management in Texas public schools, and a secondary objective is to measure and report the extent to which financial resources in Texas public schools assure the maximum allocation possible for direct instructional purposes. Tonight's presentation will be conducted by our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Cheryl Hernandez, who will review the district's first rating. I'll turn it over to Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. The district is graded each year on 21 indicators. There are 4 critical indicators that if a district fails to meet any of those first 4 indicators, it will result in an automatic failure for the district. There are also 7 ceiling indicators that will result in a maximum number of points if the district criteria is not met on those ceiling indicators. Districts can receive a grade from superior all the way to substandard achievement, and it's based off of the scores that you receive on each of those indicators. For critical indicators, number 1 and number 2, the district met those indicators. We did submit to TEA our financial audit by the deadline of November 22nd, 2024. We also received an unmodified opinion on our audit. Critical indicators 3 and 4, the district did pass those. 4 is also a ceiling indicator, and we did pay all of our debt obligations, and we consistently make timely payments to the IRS, the Texas Workforce Commission, and to Teachers Retirement System. Beginning in indicator 5, it is a solvency indicator, and the district's net position balance was greater than 0. Therefore, we did pass this indicator. 6 and 7 are also solvency indicators, and the change in our district's fund balance was less than the 25% decrease, so we passed indicator 6. And then for indicator 7, we received 10 out of 10 points for having sufficient cash on hand to pay our expenditures. Solvency indicators 8 and 9, the district received 10 of 10 points on both of these indicators for our current assets to current liabilities ratio, and then for also having more than 60 days of cash on hand. Indicator 10 was not being evaluated this year, but with indicator 11, the district received 10 out of 10 points. Our ratio for long-term liabilities to total assets is 35.77%, supporting long-term solvency for the district. Indicator 12, 13, and 14, the district received 10 out of 10 points for 12, 8 out of 10 points for 13, and 14 we received 10 out of 10 points. The only indicator that we did not receive the full amount of points was for the district's administrative cost ratio. It was equal or less than the threshold ratio, and we fell within the second category, so we only received 8 points for that indicator. The district did receive 5 points for submitting our ADA projections within an allotted range. Each biennial, we submit our pupil projections to TEA through the PEIM system, and we did pass ceiling indicator 16. Our variance was 3% with our PEIMS data, so we passed that indicator. We passed indicator 17. Our audit did not reveal any material weaknesses in internal controls. And then for indicator 18, we received the 10 of 10 points. Our audit did not identify any non-material non-compliance.
So we received the maximum of those points. For indicator 19, we received 5 out of 5 points. That we host on our district's website all of our financial information. We are very transparent with all of the financial information, from our budgets to our financial audits to our debt transparency, all of the things that are required. We have it out at our website. And then for indicator 20, we did pass it. This is a ceiling indicator, so we received 5 of 5 points. And for the last indicator, 21, the district did not experience any financial hardship, and so we met that ceiling indicator with a passing score. And I'm happy to report we did receive a superior achievement score on our 24-25 first rating. This was based off of our 23-24 financial data, and we did score 98 of a possible 100 points, so we did increase our points. And this is the seventh consecutive year that we have received a superior rating. And right now, I would ask if you have any questions.
Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Hernandez, thanks for the presentation, and well done on another year of superior ratings. That looks like 7 years in a row.
Yes.
So I know that's not an easy task. So thank you for your hard work on that. My question is on number 13 when we talk about the district administrative cost ratio, which is 10.85%. What would first like to see that to I guess to get our other 2 points back? How can we achieve that?
To fall within the range, we're constantly trying to reduce our administrative costs. When they're looking at administrative costs, it's not just the administration up here, it's also looking at the administration that we have in other areas like school leadership at the admin annex. So we have in the past had higher legal fees than normal, and we have reduced those considerably over the years, and we've reduced as much as we can within those, and we still are looking at reducing those expenditures.
So we reduced last year, remember, we cut $1 million out of administrative positions. I don't know if you recall when we were working on the budget. I don't think, because this data is from 23-24, I don't know if it's captured in this particular year or not. But we're constantly looking at those administrative costs through personnel, and it's also how you code certain positions, how they're actually coded, but it is based on mainly, the personnel costs associated with instructional district level leadership, not campus-based, but district.
And I appreciate it. That's kind of more or less why I was asking, because I remember last year we had a discussion, and you mentioned that we had cut about $1 million from that particular category. So thank you both for that.
We are actually under audit for that fiscal year, so we will not be submitting to TEA until February of 26, those financial numbers, and then in October of 26, then we'll get the rating on the 24-25 school year, or fiscal year.
Thank you.
And you do have before you the annual financial management report. We will also have this posted out on our website so that the public can view it as well. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone to speak on the public? Okay. We're now ready to start our regular open board meeting. Would everyone please stand for the pledges to the United States and to the state of Texas? The colors will be posted by the Westbrook High School
Good evening. Tonight's colors are presented by the Westbrook High School Navy Junior ROTC. Cadet Chief Petty Officer 𝐂𝐬𝐭𝐡 Robles, Cadet Petty Officer First Class Caden Mitchell, Cadet Petty Officer First Class Christian Tenario Rios, and Cadet Petty Officer Third Class Caden Tran are under the direction of Petty Officer First Class Dante East. Tonight's pledges will be led by Martin Elementary 5th grader Jaylee Bruno. Jaylee is an honor roll student, a Martin cheerleader, a member of the Student Council, and a Tiger morning reporter.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, and indivisible.
Ready, cut. Forward, march. Left, right. Come on. March. Left, right, left, right, left.
Simeon, go ahead. Take it away. We'll now have recognitions by Ms. Simeon.
Good evening, President 𝐂𝐬𝐧𝐧𝐞𝐜, Board Trustees, Dr. Allen, and audience members. As we gather for our first board meeting since the passing of Trustee Woodrow Reese II, we pause to remember a true pillar of this district. First elected in 1998, Mr. Reese devoted more than 20 years to the Beaumont ISD Board of Trustees, serving in multiple leadership roles and guiding countless improvements that continue to benefit our students today. His commitment to fairness, safety, and excellence leaves a lasting mark on our schools and our community. Let us take a moment of silence in gratitude for his life and service. We would now like to present Mr. Reese's wife, Cheryl, with a framed photo of Mr. Reese and offer his daughter, Christina Sampson, an opportunity to speak on behalf of the family.
Giving all praises to God. I know we're not in church, but that's just a part of me. President 𝐂𝐬𝐧𝐧𝐞𝐜, Dr. Allen, we're so grateful to God for this opportunity and the years that my dad has served. Just a little thing about my dad, my first school board meeting with him, he was not on the board of trustees, but my dad brought me here because we were moved from Vincent Middle School to Marshall Middle School, and I tried out for cheerleader. And when we got our scores back at that time, all judges gave me 9s and 10s on my cheer, on my voice, on my toe touches, and all of that. But one judge gave me 1s and 2s. And that was something that we know didn't sit well with us, because if all judges saw 9s and 10s, how did one come up with a 1 and 2? And that's when my dad started advocating for students of Beaumont ISD, for the community, not just for me, but for those coming behind me. My aunt sitting there, her daughter was right behind me. Same thing happened with her. And it wasn't just cheerleading. And some folks at that time told my dad and mom, why are you fighting for her with cheerleading? Look at her grades. So my mom had my report cards, and we talked about it this morning, and I was a straight A student. We weren't allowed in honors classes at that time when I attended Westbrook High School. I graduated high honors, top 15 in my class, because I had the stuff in me from my dad and my mom that I knew I could achieve it. And that's why my dad started with the School Board of Trustees. It was fighting for me many years ago. So my first meeting was here in the school board doing my performance for the School Board of Trustees and the superintendent. And they voted that I should be added to that squad back in my 8th grade year. Thank you. And so I look at his legacy continuing, and I'm so grateful to God for the young lady that just shared, and what they said about her was cheerleader. Yay! Because we can. And then they said student council, and I graduated from Westbrook, the president of our student council. I was the student body president of Westbrook High School. I was a power lifter. I was able to do things and push the bar, doing things that people didn't see done before. So I thank you. In my last school board meeting that I attended with my dad was here. And then the last board meeting that he was unable to attend because we was in MD Anderson Hospital. I was on trying to get his laptop set up, and he was arguing with me and the doctor saying, no, little girl, you're gonna take me to my school board meeting because I don't miss. And I said, Dad, but I can't. And my dad had several wonderful nurses. And John came in. I was like, John, I need you, because he is going to school board tonight in Beaumont. And he came in, he said, Mr. Reese, you can't go. I'm not letting you. And we tried to pull it up. Georgia was talking me through things, and I just couldn't do it. But he was so disappointed because he wanted to be here. He loves what he did. And even wanting to run this last year, we were like, Dad, really? He was like, yes, this is what I do. I said, okay, if you're doing it, I'm 10 toes down with you. We're doing this. And so you would see me with him. We would leave UTMB Galveston, and we were at the campaign polls. He was determined, courageous, and we just thank God for the opportunity that he had to serve. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Kind of spread it around, some people on this side. As you all return to your seat, I knew Mr. Reese for a long time, and he had no problem fighting for what he believed. As a matter of fact, he fought with me. When I first came back to the board, he let me have it. He let me know that if I was not gonna do right, he gonna run against me. He brought it to the table just like that. But Christina, you mentioned something about a legacy. Your father left something behind, and he left his name to be carried on by his children and continue to push the Reese name forward. And you all are doing that. You're honoring your father, you're honoring your mother. And you know the Bible talks about some promises. When you honor your mother and your father, there's a promise to that. Not a guesswork, it's a promise. It says that your days on this earth will be long and prosperous. Continue to do that. Honor your family, honor your mother and your father, and you keep the Reese name alive forever. Forever, infinitely. It'll go on forever. And it's worth doing that because your father was that kind of person. So continue to do that, please. His name will always be known around Beaumont, Texas. Always. His name is on so many buildings. His name is there, and it can't be taken off because he earned the right for his name to be there. And his name is not going to fall away from this board. We know what he done. We know what he brought to the table. And we appreciate, Cheryl, you allowing him to be with us for so many years. And for that, I say thank you.
And now if our board members will join the audience for this special performance. As we close out our celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, we're delighted to showcase the vibrant culture and spirit of our district through a special performance by students from Fletcher Elementary School. These talented young dancers will share a traditional cultural dance that honors the rich heritage, rhythm, and pride of the Hispanic community. Please join me in welcoming the Fletcher Elementary students under the direction of Vanessa Iglesias as they take the stage to help us celebrate the beauty of diversity in Beaumont ISD. Board members, if you would please join our students for a photo. Board members, please join our dancers for a photo. Thank you, Fletcher Elementary.
I got a little nervous, Jackie. I thought they was gonna ask me to dance.
Before we continue with our presentations, the president of Hebert High School would like to say a few words about Trustee Reese. Is Mr. Moore still present with us? Yes, come forward, please.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent, to those who are present. I think it's been pretty well capsuled in regards of speaking about Mr. Reese. I'm sorry, Woodrow. See, we were walking buddies. We walked to school in the mornings. He was a couple years ahead of me in school, but hey, that was the neighborhood. As I stated the day of his celebration, he was an individual who believed in something. I think the president put it pretty well. He's going to stand with it, and he's going to go with it. But most importantly, the thing we can say is most significant about Mr. Reese is that he was a man of service. Legacies are what people think about what people did. We know what he did. We know the number of years he served. But more importantly, it's the lives that he touched along the way that's most important. He was our Alumni Association president, and he was very much in tune to what needed to happen, what he wanted to happen, and how often he would like for it to happen. And of course, he had a great support staff person in Cheryl, because she was always pushing and pressing. But we would want you to know that on behalf of the Hebert High School Alumni Association, we certainly appreciate your recognition of Woodrow, letting others know how long he served, how he served, and what he meant to so many in this community. We grew up in the same neighborhood. It says a lot when we talk about it takes a village to raise a child. Well, we were in that neighborhood that if we walked down the street and our conduct wasn't just right, it got back home and you didn't want to go home during those days. Things have changed, we do understand that, but most importantly, no matter how much things change, in some ways they remain the same. And what we have to do is continue to reach out, seek out the excellence, expect the absolute very best in our students, push, encourage them, and all do our parts to make it a better place. Even when you take a journalism class at Hebert High School, and you had to be in the classroom with one of your board members that's sitting up there now. I won't call any names until it's Hickman. But I was so, rather than always calling Mrs. Hickman, I wanted to say Tilly, and I couldn't get it out. But no matter how hard we try, we always have to try a little bit harder. BISD, thank you again, and let's continue to work and strive toward the excellence and show not only this community, but the state of Texas, you guys got what it takes. Thank you.
Well, it is Principal Appreciation Month, and instead of just telling you how exceptional our principals are, we're going to show you reality TV style. What you are about to see is inspired by the Bravo TV Real Housewives franchise, featuring our very own campus leaders. So sit back and enjoy the real principles of BISD.
Resilience is my accessory, and I wear it well.
Some call it confidence, but I call it Blanchette Elementary pride.
I don't just open books, I open doors.
Small students, big drama. I handle it all with flair.
Guess what? Greatness looks good on me.
I don't chase success. I let the Bulldogs bring it to me.
You can dish it out, but Dishman always serves success.
Bruins don't follow trends. We make them go viral.
I don't do timeouts. I do turnarounds.
The road to success is paved with Bobcat pride.
Our students don't just earn credits, they earn opportunities.
Family first, fabulous always. That's the Jones-Clark way.
I don't march to the beat, I set the rhythm.
Why choose between brains or beauty when you can have both?
Excellence has a price, and honey, we pay it daily.
Roots run deep at Fletcher, and so does my sparkle.
From sneakers to stilettos, I run this campus.
Strong opinions, strong results, that's the Smith way.
At Vincent, the future is louder than doubt.
At Oda, we don't just learn the game, we change it.
The path less traveled still leads to fabulous.
At Martin, greatness isn't optional, it's expected.
I don't just shine, I howl at success.
Who needs diamonds when I'm busy building futures?
At Beaumont United, excellence is never a choice, since I lead the pack.
At Curtis, the drama stays on stage, never in the halls.
I don't just follow the rules, I write the lesson plan.
We give you the real principals of Beaumont ISD. Each of our principals has received a lapel pin identifying them as a campus leader, along with a card that contains a QR code. The QR code will take each of them to a list of beautiful Principal Appreciation Month messages left especially for them. And now, speaking on behalf of our campus leaders is one of our senior-most principals, April Johnston of Blanchette Elementary. And one of our newest principals, Dr. Paul Goebel of Vincent Middle School.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and all guests. As we celebrate Principal Appreciation Month, I want to begin by offering my sincere gratitude to the BISD Board of Trustees. Your support of principals is not just appreciated, it's foundational to our success. You recognize that when you empower principals, you ignite entire school communities. You understand that behind every thriving school is a leader who carries not only the weight of academic performance, but the hopes, dreams, and challenges of hundreds of students and staff. Being a principal is more than a position, it's a calling, a deeply personal mission that demands courage, vision, and resilience. Each day we are tasked with shaping culture, guiding instruction, supporting teachers, responding to families. But most importantly, we protect the promise in every child who walks through our doors. It's been said that leadership is not about being in charge. It's about taking care of those in your charge. That sentiment defines what it means to be a principal. We are caretakers of potential. We steward the futures of children who may not always have the words to ask for what they need. And we stand in the gap for teachers who are giving everything they have, often beyond what is seen or recognized. So tonight, I thank you, not just for acknowledging principals during this special month, but for investing in the power of leadership all year long. Because when you believe in us, you help us believe even more in what's possible for our schools, students, and staff. So on behalf of all of our fellow principals, thank you for walking with us in this sacred work. We are proud to lead, serve, and continue building the next generation of BISD. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Allen, Board President 𝐂𝐬𝐧𝐬, and esteemed school board members. It's truly an honor to stand before you tonight as a proud member of the 2025 class of new principals within the Beaumont Independent School District. I'm grateful to be part of such a remarkable secondary cohort, a group of talented individuals with whom I not only share knowledge, but plenty of laughter. I'm incredibly fortunate to serve as the campus principal of Vincent Middle School. When Dr. Allen and I first discussed this opportunity, we recognized the need to build strong, efficient systems from the ground up. Thanks to the dedication of my amazing team, I'm proud to say that we've made great strides in this mission. While there is still work ahead, we have moved from establishing routines and supporting teachers in effective discipline to fully focusing on delivering effective instruction using the district's high-quality instructional materials. While I've been at Vincent as their leader for just over 3 months, I can say without hesitation that I've experienced meaningful success, and that success is rooted deeply in the unwavering support that I have received from the school board, Dr. Allen and Ms. Cheatham, to our curriculum coordinators, Ms. Guillory and Ms. Darwin, to the curriculum and instruction team of Collins Davis and Zachary, and of course, my former Westbrook teammates, Ms. Laverne and Mr. Phillips. Each of you and many others have played a vital role in this journey. I am grateful for the support, and I am excited for the work still to come. Thank you all for being part of this incredible adventure and allowing me to serve this district. Improvement through refinement is well underway at Vincent.
Thank you both. Thank you. Can you say we'll steam one more time?
You are very esteemed.
So it is such a privilege to celebrate our campus leaders every month, especially this month in the month of October. And, you know, Dr. Goebel started it off when he said he was a member of the class of 2025. So if you're in the class of 2025, stand up, please. First year principal, stand up. Yay, give them a round of applause, class of 2025. Okay, you may be seated. If you are in your 2nd through 5th year as a leader, stand please. 2nd through 5th year. All right. We see you. We see you with your commitment and leadership. 6 to 8 years. Where are our 6 to 8 year leaders? Have you been in the leadership role? Now, this is experience and wisdom staring you in the face. Experience and wisdom. If you have been a principal for more than 9 years, stand up if you've been a leader more than 9 years. Wow. So, Ms. Tapman, how many years? 10. Dr. Rice, how many years? 13. Wow. Let's see, Ms. Corona, how many years? This is 10. And I think I saw Ms. Guillory. 9.5. Okay, 9.5. And Ms. Johnston, 9. Give them a round of applause for such phenomenal work. Phenomenal work. You know, a friend of mine sent me a song several months ago, and it's by an artist. It's a rap song, and it's called "Do It Again" by this artist called 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐧𝐞𝐜. And I listened to that song, and it really reminds me of the work that our leaders do and that we do every day. And a portion of the chorus says, "I don't care how much it hurts. I do what it takes. I'll wake up and do it again. I don't care how far it is left to finish the race. I'll wake up and do it again. I thank God every morning I get a new day. I wake up and I do it again. Pressure to die in this pain increasing my faith. I wake up and I do it again." What do you do when you don't feel like you can do the work? You wake up and do it again. What do you do when you're healing through all of the hurt? You wake up and you do it again. What do you do when nobody else understands? You wake up and you do it again. What do you do to become all that you know that you can? You wake up and you do it again. So I say that to say, you all are the visionaries, you are the fixers, you are the go-to people on our campuses who collectively serve 15,850 students today. And I really want to tell you thank you, thank you, thank you. And in the words of Nicholas Phillips, if nobody has told you today that they love you, Dr. Allen really loves you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
Principals, if you will come forward for a photo with our esteemed board, we would really appreciate that.
I think so. Don't you think? Maybe because there's so many people. Yeah, we stood here. Yeah, I think so. Tell them to come back though.
Back to the back. What's the back? A back row. Go up, Johnson. Oh, we going back here.
The tallest principals, make sure you go to the back. Dr. Rice? All right, so once you're in place, if we can get you to face the front, we'll arrange you to make sure that we can see everyone. We just need you to get to a place and face the front. All right. If you are looking at someone's head, we can't see you. Get to the left or to the right.
Lund needs to come up or something. Lund needs to walk up.
I was about to say, yes, Miss Lund, you'll have to come up a little bit. Perhaps.
And Ms. Ferris, we can't see your face.
Three's turn, yeah.
All right, everyone looking here at the cameras. Smile as big as you can for as long as you can. Hope your mouth isn't hurting. Ms. Cheatham is getting one last photo. Okay, happy National Principals Month. Thank you, guys.
Finally tonight, we want to see everyone at the 2025 Beaumont Bowl, the biggest game of the year. Join us for a community tailgate Friday, October 24th from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. at Doggett Family Stadium. And then watch the Beaumont United Timberwolves and Westbrook Bruins battle for the coveted Beaumont Bowl trophy. Get tickets by scanning the QR code on the screen or by visiting our website. And save the date for the BISD ExxonMobil Family STEM Night. Join us at Doggett Ford Park Wednesday, November 5th from 5 to 8 p.m. for STEM kit giveaways, demonstrations, and plenty of fun, all at no charge. Everyone in the community is invited. Keep up with what's happening in the district by following us on social media, subscribing to our YouTube channel, and visiting BMTISD.com.
Thank you, Ms. Simeon. Student outcomes. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Allen.
Good evening, Mr. President, to our trustees and our Beaumont ISD family and community. Tonight's presentation will actually be very brief tonight, but I would love to begin with our vision and mission. So if you could please join me in reciting our vision statement. This is a test. This is a test. We've been saying this for 7 years, every meeting for 7 years. You ready? Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. In collaboration with the entire community, we will create an inclusive environment of academic excellence that supports the diverse needs of all learners. And our mission statement: we will inspire and prepare all students for lifelong success by providing an exemplary education in a safe learning environment. Man, give yourselves a round of applause. Y'all did really good. Excellent. Tonight's presentation focuses on 2 of our 6 core beliefs: all children can and will learn, and we will work collaboratively with our families and community partners. So tonight I will share information on our first 9 weeks grading statistics, as well as give our community an update on our recent commissioner's visit. So we just completed the first 9 weeks. So 9 weeks of school. On October 15th, which was yesterday, all our students received what? They received a report card. All students received an actual, physical, tangible report card. So I pulled statistics, which I've never shared this data publicly before, but I look at it every during the 9-week grading period, and campuses can look at this data individually by grade level. But collectively, you know, we have 15,580 students. So the data I'm sharing with you today is what percentage of students passed all their courses and the percentage of students who did not pass all of their courses for the first grading period. Now, this excludes kindergarten students. So for elementary students, the first 9 weeks, first grade, I think it says a little over 94% of our first grade students passed all of their courses for the first grading period. 94.59%, second grade, 94.11%, third grade, 92.14%, fourth grade, 92.31%, and then fifth grade, 91.64. So you see this trend as we increase in grade level, you see a decrease in the percentage of students who are overall passing their courses. So this is our elementary snapshot. So when you look at middle school snapshot, this is again collective data for all middle school students. 6th grade students across the district, 87.89% of all 6th graders passed all of their courses during the first grading period. 12% failed at least one or more courses. 7th grade, 86.7%. In 8th grade, 85.2% passed all of their courses, with 14.8% failing at least one course during the first grading period. So this is the middle school snapshot. So let's take a look at high school. So when we get to high school, we are looking at in the 9th grade, 81% of our students passed all of their courses during the first 9-week period. So you have about 18% who failed one or more courses. In 9th grade, 10th grade, 85.76% passed every course. 11th grade, 90.2%. And then our seniors passed at a rate of 92.18%. But when you look at this data, which group has the lowest percentage of passing? Just offhand, if you remember, middle school. So middle school is where we see more of our what? More of our struggle with our kids academically. Traditionally, what happens to this data as the year progresses? It gets worse. Okay, this is the best normally because what? All of the grace that is going to be given is typically given at the beginning of the school year. Okay, so when you see at the middle school level, especially when you look at the trend in elementary school, okay, we high and then we start decreasing as we advance in grades. Middle school is low at 87% for the first 9 weeks. That's low 85%. But what it means is, you know, as campus leaders and as a district, you know, we have to be intentional about things that we need to do to support our students with their academic performance. And one of those things is communication. So we started, of course, with the tangible report cards that were sent to every single student, given to every single student. And I want to put in, and I'll be working with communications team, just brainstorming some things to make certain that we're communicating to our parents. Do our parents know when these report cards are going to be released? Do we do phone calls and say, hey, look, parents, just letting you know, you should expect this report card today in the backpack. Look for it. And then there's some things that we need our parents to do. Check for them every day. That's one thing that we never, ever, ever miss is a grade report. We never miss issuing grades on the deadline and days that we state we're going to issue grades. They're at the end of every 9 weeks and at the midpoint of every grading period. So for our parents, checking child's report cards and progress reports. And when you see the grades, the first thing, you know, you want to do is, oh, look where the kid is struggling or the student is struggling. But we need to also celebrate where are the kids doing well? What areas are strengths for them? And how can we help encourage them at the same time that we do what? Hold them accountable. Parents, if you are out there and you have not set up parent self-serve, you are missing a valuable tool that is available for you to monitor your students' grades really on a daily basis because of the parameters and the way the system works, how you can go in and actually check whenever your students receive or whenever new grades are put into the system, whenever grades are below a certain standard that you want to see. It is an excellent tool to immediately monitor your students' progress. So I certainly encourage parents to take advantage of the parent self-serve system. You know, communicate with your child's teachers. We have email, we have telephone calls, we have Class Dojo, we have so many platforms and opportunities. If you have a question, please reach out to your child's teacher so you can get those questions answered. One thing that we miss, you know, is we have to set goals with our kids. You know, we know on the education side, we set goals, kids have goals, they need to work toward those goals, they need to see their progress. They also need to set goals with parents at home. What do we want to see happening on this next grading period? Set those realistic goals and then hold students accountable for meeting those goals on a consistent basis. You cannot not succeed if you don't come to school. Attendance is key. So parents, make certain during this next grading period, let's do something that's never been done before. Let's increase it. Let's make certain our kids are there present every single day because they will not be able to learn if they're not in the classroom. And setting up good routines, consistent homework times, consistent sleep times, because our kids need that. We have so many kids who they sleep during the day. You walk in the classroom and they're asleep in the morning. Hard sleep because they were up all night, because they were on social media, or they were playing video games, or they were on the phone. So kids need specific routines to help support their learning in school every day. We can't build those routines at school. We are responsible for the structure during the school day, but at home, In order for them to be successful at school, we have to see that structure in the home. So we're really encouraging our parents to set up those boundaries and good routines for students. You have an opportunity coming up. You've received that first report card. We have our fall conferences coming up Monday, October 27th for all middle school campuses. That is one opportunity. You can contact teachers at any opportunity, but we do have designated times: October 27th for middle school, October 28th for elementary school, and Wednesday, October 29th for high school. So these are 3 different dates for parents who have students on different levels, but you don't have to wait until these dates. You receive the report card. If you have questions, please don't hesitate to go ahead and reach out to your child's teachers and let them know what your concerns are and what is the plan of action to help support and/or remediate students for this upcoming grading period. The last thing that I wanted to share an update on is the most recent commissioner's visit. So everyone knows on September 30th, Commissioner Mike Morath visited Beaumont ISD. And he shared with us prior to the visit that he would visit 3 campuses. He visited Phil Price, Peach MacArthur, as well as Vincent Middle School. And first of all, I would like to commend the leaders at those 3 campuses. Can you all stand up? That's Dr. Goebel, Ms. Moore, Ms. Adams, and Ms. Valerie. And I want everyone to know, first of all, that these leaders to our board, they did a phenomenal job, during those visits. Have a seat. And, we're not putting on a dog and pony show. Listen to me. We don't have the ability to put on a dog and pony show. And we weren't doing it for the commissioner. He wanted to see what instruction looks like in Beaumont ISD. He gave us the campuses. Those are the campuses that we visited. We visited several classrooms for about 10 or 15 minutes. He wanted to see what walkthrough instrument or walkthrough tool we utilized. And he really wanted to know from the principal's perspective and lens, do your principals understand and know what good instruction looks like? So we debriefed in the hallways, and our principals and team really did a good job just identifying the strengths and the weaknesses from the instruction that we saw. When you collectively look at the visit, you saw some things that we're doing well, but you also saw what? Areas where we need to improve. We know we have a lot of areas that we need to improve. That's why we're doing what? Implementing new curriculum. That's why we're continuing to focus on teacher capacity and developing our teachers. That's why we're continuing to focus on quality instruction through implementation of high quality instructional materials. That's why we're continuing to develop our leaders and train and train and train so that we can increase capacity, so that we can get the impact that we need to see in our classrooms. And all leading up to the visit, we're working, making certain that we have everything in place that was requested. And as I think back and reflect on, because everybody, of course, stressful time. This is, realistically, this is stressful because at the end of the day, the commissioner, he has a decision that he has to make. But I will tell you that after we visited the campuses, then I had a one-on-one meeting with him and his team, and we had lunch that was provided by 𝐂𝐬𝐧𝐧𝐞𝐜. Let me tell you something about 𝐂𝐬𝐧𝐧𝐞𝐜. I don't know what they put in that food, but they were so impressed with the quality of the food. The commissioner was, for sure. He probably wouldn't like me saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. He was just super impressed with the quality of the food, so much so that he was distracted by my commentary to go back to how great the kids' food was. So I'm talking about Beaumont ISD and talking about the things we're doing and talking about, some of our struggles and just going through the history. And I'm talking, and then he's eating, and he said, "Did the kids make this food? Did they make these rolls?" I said, "Well, it was in the box, so they made all the food that was in the box." Continuing to talk and give dialogue. And my feeling about the meeting, I don't know what decision is going to be made. I know that I don't feel bad about the meeting, I'm gonna just tell you that right now. I don't feel bad. I'm not anxious. I'm not worried. I am working like I expect everybody else to be doing. There's not a level of anxiety that we should be experiencing. And I know we experience natural anxiety just because of the intensity of the work that we do. But we're not going to stop the work that we're doing, okay? I think he was listening. All I can say is I feel like he was listening to the Beaumont ISD story. I think he understood some of the challenges and the things that we face. I don't think, I didn't feel like he wasn't receptive to the information that we were sharing. And at the end of the day, he gave me a hug and said, Dr. Allen, I know y'all working hard, and guess what? I'll be following up with you in the next couple of months. So guess what we're doing in the meantime? We're working. Yeah, we're working. So I'm saying this to say to the team, I don't need you to be anxious. I don't need you to be worried. Just do the work. Wake up every morning and do it again, okay? Just keep doing the work, okay? So, of course, we know we're going to continue to refine. We're going to continue to fix. We're going to continue to make adjustments. And we're going to continue to keep the expectation high, but keep doing the work. So that really concludes my presentation. Questions, comments, feedback?
Alan, thank you. Now we're going to the cabinet reports. How are you, Dr. Frank?
I am great.
Got some jokes you want to tell while we're looking at the presentation?
No, not
she
really
can do
that
it without
funny.
it. She knows it so well, she doesn't even need to do it with the notes. I'll kick it off. Yeah, you know, let's just jump start it. We'll start with the board outcome goals. This is our Beaumont ISD board outcome goal presentation, and tonight we're sharing our beginning of year data for the 25-26 school year. So you want to just talk about our board outcome goals?
Yes,
And let's
ma'am,
jump
Dr.
in.
Allen, I will get started. Again, this presentation is going to provide you an overview of our beginning of the year data for grades pre-K through 5. The presentation directly correlates to board outcome goal 1, which is improving the percent of third grade students that score meets grade level or above on STAR reading. We are going to increase from 32% to 64% by June 2030. Notice how I said we will. And then also for math, goal 2, the percent of third grade students that score meets grade level or above on STAR math will increase from 26% to 52% by June 2030. How do we know if we're on track? We administer a beginning of the year assessment in both reading and math. For reading, we administer CLI Engage for pre-K and then M-Class for grades K through 5. Math, we administer a CLI Engage again for pre-K and then NWEA MAP for grades K through 5. So we will begin by looking at our reading data. For pre-K, you can see the total number of students tested, or the percentage of students at Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Of course, our goal is to have the majority of our students at Tier 1. Those that are at Tier 2 and Tier 3, we want to move them to Tier 1. So 55% of our students in pre-K scored at Tier 1, and our goal is 80% by the end of the year. That is our target. When we look at kindergarten, 41% of our students are in Tier 1, based on the data, and our target is 66%. For first grade, I can do a side-by-side comparison of the cohort data. So here you can see kindergarten students last year. At the end of the year, we had 61% of the students in Tier 1. This year, our first grade students, moving into first grade from kinder, 39% of our students scored at Tier 1. So I know we look at that drop, it is a vast drop. I will tell you, just digging into the data, trying to see why do we have such a drop? Well, we do have 9% of our students at first grade are new to the district this year. So we're targeting, we're identifying students. Of course, we want to identify the kids that were at Tier 1 last year that slipped. But again, that is part of our data analysis process. Our target for first grade is 62%. Second grade, when the students in second grade last year left, 59% of them were at Tier 1. This year, 42% are at Tier 1, and our target is 56% by the end of this year. In third grade, these students scored 54% at Tier 1, beginning of the year 44%, and our target here is 51%. For fourth grade, last year, this particular group of students ended the year, 41% of them were at Tier 1. We're beginning the year with 49% of them at Tier 1. So we want to continue to push, focus. If you notice also, we have more students in Tier 2 than we ended last year. Our target is 56%. And then when we look at fifth grade, last year, fourth graders, they ended the year with 46% of them being in Tier 1. This year, we're starting off at 37%. And again, you can see how some of the students regressed into Tier 2 and Tier 3. Our goal is 51% at the end of the year. So what are some of the key actions? I will tell you, when I look at, you just saw cohort data, but when I also look at trend data, that is looking at the whole grade level year after year. So when I looked at our 5-year trend data for reading, every year we have made gains. Every year we've made gains. That shows us, trend data shows us that what we're doing is working. So we want to continue. Some of the things that you see are things that we have implemented that are actually working. We are looking at our data. We know that we see regression. But one thing we know that has pulled our kids forward in reading is explicit phonics instruction. So we're continuing that this year. 45 minutes of daily phonics instruction, okay, for 3 through 5. We added that on because we know we need to get our kids reading. And then 60 minutes of daily phonics instruction for grades K2. These are scripted lessons. We're making sure that the teachers are internalizing those scripts, delivering with fidelity, and we are seeing that teachers are making progress with delivering instruction. You had a question?
I do, and I may be a little bit premature on this question, but I'll ask it. So when we're looking at second grade and third grade especially, we see that decline in Tier 1 performance. And I think Dr. Allen mentioned earlier that it's kind of because of what happens during the summer. What does summer school look like for elementary students?
For elementary students, we target our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students. I will tell you, it's not required. So we do have students that attend and they benefit because we are using the same programs during the year in the summer. But there are some students that need to attend that do not.
So can we make it required, especially for those students who we know struggle?
That would be something I think the board would need to discuss, and we would actually have to probably with policy. Dr. Allen, am I correct?
adjust policy? Because technically, I mean, it is required. Like, we tell the parents you have to go.
Right.
But nothing happens if you don't go.
Exactly, right.
That's the whole piece. Like, if you don't go, we're not retaining the student, okay? So how do we actually make them go to the summer program? Do we have number offhand, Ms. Angelo, how many students participated in elementary summer school? Yeah.
Well, you know, I,
Kept taking them the whole time.
Yes.
Keep, come the second week. If you can't make it the first week, we'll start you late. Very, very hard to fill every seat.
so I guess it goes back to the reoccurring theme for me, especially, is just we need to be aggressive in our approach to whatever we need to do to compel those parents to get those kids in the summer school, because it does us no good to make the kind of gains that we make and then lose them all because there's no practice over the summer. So, maybe it's something the board can look into. Board, I hope we can look into it between now and the summer as far as if it's a policy thing. I think we need to take a closer look at it, because once again, everyone's being aggressive with us. So in return, we have to pass that down. So, and I think ultimately, if the parents bought into it, it would probably be better for the parents too, because you don't have so much idle time with the children at home getting into whatever it is they get into over the summer. So maybe just a thought. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Didn't 1 year we have it for free?
It's always
free.
for free for
Elementary
elementary
is
students.
free every summer.
Always
The
for free.
elementary is
Yes.
always free.
Yes.
So we put that information out to the parents.
Oh, our
yes.
principals work
Oh.
tirelessly. They know
my
I send and I tell them, you identify your tier 2, tier 3. Miss Angelo works. They call. We are conferencing with parents. Some of our parents will sign the paperwork and say they'll bring them, and then they don't. So we always work, because we have a list, and we know the kids that need it, but it's just getting them to come, and then even if they come consistently. You can't miss 2 or 3 days. We need to work with you every day.
Okay, last question here. Do we provide the transportation, or they have to?
Yes, transportation is provided.
Transportation.
Yes.
It's free,
They get breakfast and lunch.
and you feed me,
Yes.
and still can't get them to the school. We need to do more about putting this information out. I know you do a lot. I'm not saying you don't, but we need to do more in that part of it to make sure that these parents know how important it is for that child, because they have to help us to help their own children, and we need to just figure some way to do that. Thank you.
Ms. Avery?
Those students that are going to summer school, are they retested at the end of summer school before they go to the next grade?
We have an assessment that we give them at the beginning and the end to track
See the
progress.
progress.
They're using programs like Amira. We're also we use Bluebonnet in the summer.
Right.
So yes, we do assess them.
So do you see any change in that, and then a change again when you?
Those who go consistently, we do see a change. We absolutely do. I wish it could happen the entire summer, because when
Yep.
a lot happens,
I hear you keep on saying consistently, so that's an issue too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, when you talk about our kids and needing the time, there are options that, I definitely want to explore with resources. I talked to the teacher advisory group, just talking in general, because teachers said, hey, we need more time. Our kids are struggling. We need more time. Well, there's a way to get more time, but it costs you more time. So, the state has an option. They expanded the additional day school year funding. It used to only be available for elementary school, but now I think they expanded it to middle school. So that's something I definitely want to explore, which is essentially year-round option. I want to explore it just to see, what does that really look like? It looks like taking a 9-week summer and breaking it up throughout the course of a year, so that teachers have more time, kids have more time to actually learn. We've explored it before, and was faced with mad resistance. I brought it up to my teacher advisory group a couple of weeks ago, and they had they were listening. They had a different response than what has been in the past. So that's just something I definitely think we're at a point where we need to explore what that could look like. Because you just break up, you know, teachers and students, you don't get this 9-week vacation. You know, that's broken up throughout the course of the year. You might get 3 weeks in the summer, but you get 2 weeks here, a week here. You break it all out, so you reduce that potential for that drastic summer slide, you know. So teachers work more days, though. That's the thing. Teachers work more days. They get paid for those days. They get more money, you know, and the state funds it. The state fund, is it half the day? You get additional funding for the days that you go beyond the 175. You do.
You know, I just feel like, especially if there's a funding mechanism to keep it funded, and I know the teachers work extremely hard, so in no way am I saying they need to do more, but we kind of need you guys to do more. And it's not that we don't love you, because we do, but you know, we're approaching a crisis right now in our school systems, and so the only way to avert that crisis is to make some sacrifices, and I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart to please make that sacrifice. If I gotta come bring you a sandwich or something to ease the pain, I'll do it. But you know, educators and, you know, principals, you know, I'm asking you guys and I'm asking your teachers to consider you know, making that sacrifice for the greater good, because if we lose this fight, we can give the whole thing up, and I know that none of you want to do that. So, you know, this is just Trustee Evans speaking to you, and in as humble a matter of ways as I can. I'm on bended knee, hat in hand. We need you, just because it's critical. So just please consider that.
How many hours is summer school?
We have different options, so
Typically from 8 to 1.
8 to 1?
Yeah, Monday through Thursday.
Okay, Monday through Thursday, 8 to 1. Okay.
I have 2 questions. One, when you're doing daily phonics instruction for the upper grades, do you have a plan for those kids who are already reading competently so they are not having to sit through the same instruction?
yes.
I mean, I don't care if they just get to read while everybody else is having instruction.
And the phonics lessons are also tiered. And so we may have some students that test out, but not many, you know, surprisingly. So everyone is getting the phonics instruction. And it's making a difference.
My second question is, if we don't go to something like staggered and at 6 weeks and a time off and so on, what about considering, we talk about one of the things that holds our kids back is lack of experiences. And wealthier kids go to summer camp. Poorer kids don't. And most of our kids who are struggling are the poorer kids. What if we hired our senior students to be camp counselors, which is what they are all over the state of Texas, have summer camp in the afternoon, which would take care of daycare for parents who are trying to work and have kids, give kids extra experience, pay some of our seniors, give them a summer job.
Actually, that you mentioned that, my daughter did that this summer for a school district. She's in college, but they did the same exact thing. They had the counselors, and at the elementary school, they had the kids come in, and they were there most of the day. It's a great idea.
All right, and we appreciate the ideas. I know I'm writing, and Ms. Angelo is also. Also for reading, I did talk about Amira, our AI tutor, which we love. It is helping our students, meeting them where they are, keeping them engaged. We utilize it while teachers are able to work in small groups. Kids are able to get on Amira and work independently. And we are also analyzing the data using Branching Minds, which is our MTSS platform, to really make sure that we are tracking our students. So if we have students and we've identified them, we go every 4 to 6 weeks, and with reading, with M-Class, there is a progress monitoring assessment that we can have. And then also just professional development. We had October 14th PD, and teachers were engaged all the way from pre-K 5. We looked at pre-K through 2, where they were at Beaumont, and they were looking at data and actually planning their small groups and tiering their kids. Our upper grades were working on constructive responses, so, you know, excellent ways to get our kids moving forward. All right, so now we will look at our math data. Pre-K, 71% of our students are at tier or in tier 1, and our goal this year is 89%. When we look at our kindergarten math data, kindergarten students last year finished at 55%, and I just wanted to target that because I know that this group of students this year are also at 55%. I just want to make the connection because sometimes that is not the case here. But when I look at kindergarten, you know, I did want to say that we are working. We have actually 299 new kindergarten students. Means they're starting school for the first time this year. First grade, again, kindergarten students from last year, 55%, but then our first graders this year, 60% are at tier 1. So I noticed the board mentioned earlier in the board workshop that you noticed that the data is higher. I've been crunching numbers. I've gone through Ms. Guidry, who is our math supervisor, has assisted me with that, pulling out Jones, Clark, and Fell because we know they were not included in data last year. The data is pretty consistent, showing us that even pulling them out, our kids are scoring, 60% of them. And then I do want you to look at the increase, of course, in the number of students. Second grade, 46% of our students are in tier 1, okay? That same cohort last year ended at 42%. We have already surpassed our second grade target for the year. So we have a revised target, which is 51%. In third grade, here again, you can see second grade students last year, our current third graders, 38% were at tier 1, 55% of them are in tier 1 right now, already surpassed our third grade target. New revised target is 62%. For fourth grade, these particular students ended the year with 48% of them being in tier 1. This year, 51% of them are in tier 1, and our target is 58%. And for fifth grade, this particular group of students, the cohort ended last year, 42% of them in tier 1, and we're already starting with 50% of them in tier 1 with a target goal of 51% by the end of the year. So, you know, it's one of those things you're looking and analyzing data and trying to say, well, why is it so high? Why is it so high? You know, I'm to the point now, thank God it's high. And we're just going to make it higher. So key actions, how will we do that? We are implementing Delta Math. Last year, this is a continuation from last year, 3rd through 5th implemented Delta Math. This year, we're implementing K-5. So our tier 2 and tier 3 students are being pulled to work on foundational skills, and they are also tracking their growth. Of course, we have implemented Bluebonnet. We have ongoing training with our provider, Great Minds. When I tell you, this has been the best thing for our teachers, for our campuses, because they are coaching, they are supporting, and with a new curriculum, it helps with, you know, with the lift. And our teachers have bought in. They are implementing. It is different than how we've learned. So the kids really are doing probably better because it's new, you know, new for them, but the teachers are having to learn or teach a different way. All right. And then we have an online program that we started this year, which is Zern, and it is aligned to the Bluebonnet curriculum. So We have a goal, a district-wide goal, that students will complete 3 or more Zern lessons a week, and the end of the year target is 90+ completed lessons for each student. And again, we are tracking that data as well. And I've already mentioned building capacity with Great Minds. Any questions? Thank you.
We're now at the time for public comments. Ms. Smith, do we have anyone signed up?
Yes, sir, we do.
Call the first one.
Jennifer Moore.
Ms. Moore, before you come up, the board will now hear comments for those persons who have signed up to speak. This portion of the meeting is set aside for parents, students, and employees, as well as community members, to speak to the board about any matter of interest to them pertaining to the school program. Each person who signed up by 4:30 p.m. yesterday may speak for no more than 2.5 minutes. Those who signed up after that time and prior to the public comments today will be allowed to speak to 1.5 minutes. During public comments, the board will listen, but is forbidden by the Texas Open Meeting Act from discussing any topic raised and making any decisions unless the matter is already on the agenda for this meeting. The board reminds that the public comment is not the time to bring the board complaints about a particular program, employee, or student. Should a speaker remarks include complaints directed at any particular student, employee, or program, I will respectfully ask that the individual stop speaking and utilize the board's adoptive grievance procedures. As a reminder, your time is being monitored. When your time to speak is up, you will hear a buzzer that will indicate that your time has ended. Call the first person, please.
Jennifer Moore.
How are you, Ms. Moore?
Very well, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you guys for your service. I just want to say that. I really appreciate all you guys and what you do for the district, so thank you. Okay, having gone through a lot of different steps possible to seek justice for what happened to my daughter, I am also seeking change and for the district to do what's right for all the special needs kiddos in every self-contained classroom by bringing cameras in every class. Cameras in special education classrooms provide several significant benefits, primarily centered around increasing student safety, but also increasing accountability, and it also provides an additional layer of support for both the students and the staff. The infrastructure for the cameras is virtually already there with cameras in the hallways, just adding them to the room. There's already cameras on buses. The presence of cameras fosters transparency between the schools and families, giving parents an additional assurance that their child's environment is safe and monitored. It also gives teachers the ability to say, hey, this is going on. What can we do about this? It builds trust and communication between parents and stakeholders. There's plenty of parents who claim abuse of their child when in fact it's another special child that has inflicted the harm. The cameras can provide an unbiased record for the incident resolution as well as compliance. I dare say the mere presence of cameras deter neglect and abuse, knowing that they could be reviewed and held accountable. Cameras are not allowed to be used against a teacher in evaluation process, but could also provide an incredible real-life training scenario for newer teachers and paraprofessionals coming into that type of environment. Thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Bridget Smith.
How are you, Ms. Smith?
I am doing well. Hello, everyone. I'm Bridget
Hello.
Smith. I am a pre-K teacher at Peach MacArthur, and I'm also Vice President of Beaumont Teachers Association, Region President for Region 19 President. I am coming before the board because recently I have went through a death in my family, and I learned that the district do not have bereavement days. This is a time that you are so crazy and you can't really function. And I am just asking the district to bring back the bereavement days, 3 days that your employees can breathe for a little bit, because it's a lot to plan a funeral, deal with your grief, and deal with the emotions of your children. And you're not really there. You're there because you have to be there, but you're not there to be an effective teacher at that moment or an effective staff person. So I am asking the district, I'm asking the board to bring back at least 3 days of bereavement. And I thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
That concludes public comment.
Good evening, Superintendent and the esteemed Board of Trustees. You have before you a listing of newly hired and separated employees for the month of September. Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Hold on before you sit down. Where you going? Do you do exit interviews with the people leaving the district?
No, sir, we actually hire a company that, a third-party company that does those interviews and delivers the data. And the reason why we transitioned to that is because employees separating felt like they would be retaliated against if they did face-to-face interviews. And so the third party does the interviews for us and it delivers the data without the names.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get a copy of those?
I'm sorry?
Can we get a copy of those?
Sure, we can break that down and get those to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I am doing fine, Mr. Esteemed 𝐂𝐬. Maybe.
Well, go ahead, we'll keep it going.
Okay. I kind of like it. So the tax office collected for the district just over $290,000 in maintenance and operation taxes and just over $70,000 in debt service. So we're 97.56% collected. Next month, or this month, I think the bills go out for the new tax year. So we'll start over again next month. And for the general fund, we had $43,468,953 in revenue and expenditures of $28,935,588 and outstanding purchase orders of $5,699,161. For the campus activities, they collected $73,542, and we had a number of monetary donations this month. The Career Center FFA collected $420 from James and Susan Bell. Lawrence Evans donated $125 to Paul Brown. Paul Brown donated to Paul Brown for $200, and then Judge Jones donated $200 to Paul Brown. Tricon donated to Homer Drive Elementary $500, and Demetrius Morgan donated to Caldwood Elementary School $250. Tricon also donated to Roy Guess Elementary $500, and then Charities Aid Foundation through American ExxonMobil, their employees work, and then ExxonMobil makes a donation, and they donated $3,500 for that donated time from their employees. And then donated items, Will and Joy Crenshaw donated a 1996 Fiat Barchetta vehicle, it valued at $8,000 to the Career Center. And then Elsa's Greek Grill and Sweet Basil, Gaudy and Company, Oz Cafe, J. Wilson's, and Chick-fil-A donated gift cards to Sally Curtis for varying amounts from $40 to $50. Derek McWilliams from Sabine Federal Credit Union donated to Marshall Middle School some stainless chips, candy, soda, $250 value. And Magnolia Missionary Baptist Church donated to Martin Elementary the refrigerator valued at $569. And the Beaumont Breakfast Lions Club donated to Roy Guest some poster boards, some pencils, and tablets at a value of $453. Any questions about that? For the quarterly investment report ended August 31st of 2025, this period is from June the 1st through August 31st. We had investments at Lone Star and Texpool just over $67 million. Well, it's really close to $68 million. And then the summary of activities is listed on the board. These are the deposits and then the withdrawals from those. And the deposits to Texpool are interest earned, just only interest earned, because most of our activity goes through Lone Star. And then we have one construction delivery method to report to the board for a chiller replacement project at Charlton Pollard, and we are doing it with a competitive sealed proposal. Any questions? Thank you.
See if I can get this right. Good evening, Superintendent Allen, Dr. Allen, esteemed Board President and Board of Trustees. With the start of our 25-26 school year, our Region 5 as well as TEA have began the intruder detection audits throughout our district. This was something that was started with Greg Abbott, TEA, as well as the Texas School Safety Center to ensure that we were keeping our students and our staff safe. To date, we have had 4 audits conducted. We still have 21 more audits left to go throughout the year, and we have been successful thus far. Presently, we also have the 3-year second phase safety and security audit that is being conducted by the Harris County Department of Education. They are also conducting an audit in our district. They should be finalizing everything tomorrow, and that's regarding the second phase. The third phase is forthcoming in the month of February of 2026. Do we have any questions?
No question, just a comment, Chief. You did
Yes,
very, very well today at Press Club. Great presentation on school safety and what's expected of us to keep our campuses safe.
Yes,
from a state standpoint. So thanks, you did a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions, statements? That's it. Thank you.
Let me turn my microphone on over here. The Facilities Committee met on Tuesday, October 7th, 2025. The following members were present: Dr. Allen, myself, President Thomas 𝐂𝐭, Trustee Robert Dunn, Cheryl Hernandez, Randall Maxwell, Dr. Ron Jackson, and Mark McClellan. The following items were discussed: BISD Trahan Transportation Complex construction continues on schedule. The interior walls are being constructed along with the plumbing and HVAC vents. Finalized signage at the complex was verified along with the building dedication plaque. So coming soon. But that was finalized. A new silicone roofing project has begun at Jones Clark Elementary. The construction of a new fence was completed at King Collegiate Academy for the patio area. A picture of the newly constructed netting and bleachers for the Westbrook softball fields was shown to represent the update. Next, the Doggett Stadium scoreboard and natatorium timing system was discussed by Dr. Jackson and Mrs. Hernandez. A committee has been formed to review the 3 bids that the district has received on those items. Let's see. And lastly, the discussion continued to reflect 3 needs. One of a concrete slab around the scoreboard and a drive to maintain the system was also presented. And just keep in mind, those things are needed. Dr. Jackson, would you like to come up here and just elaborate on the last bullet that I have about the need? We're looking at the bids on the scoreboard and the timing system, but just elaborate why those other needs are needed. And that will conclude my report. Thank you, Dr. Jackson.
Esteemed Mrs. King. To elaborate a little bit further, the stadium was built in 2010, and the scoreboard is on the side of the facility where there's no concrete, there's no driveway. So when there's work needs to be done on the scoreboard, if it has rained in the city of Beaumont for a day or a certain number of days, even if it needs repair, we have to wait several days or sometimes several weeks to that ground to dry around the scoreboard and also the ground that leads into the scoreboard because they can't get their trucks or their lifts there. The companies have been asking for years for us to build concrete around it, but we're going to look into if we have money available, depending on Cheryl Hernandez and the reports that we have led by the superintendent. We have money available to all at one time do the scoreboard and also put the concrete. That way the trucks can drive onto that area whenever fit to provide service to that scoreboard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. And just in closing that, we want you to know that your school board and the sub-facility committee are working at all times to make sure that we are maintaining the properties that we have. Thank you.
Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Hickman.
Dr. Allen, would you comment on the part of the report that Ms. Spooner said, let's see if I can find it, the building dedication plaque? We have, and it's the Trahan Transportation Complex, and we have been asked to name a number of things in the last year that we have chosen not to, but we are retaining the
Yes,
Trahan
ma'am.
name that was already there. So would you just speak to that?
Yes, ma'am. So the board made a decision, I guess this was, well, several months ago, because we needed to finalize the decision for the architects to determine what was the name that the board wanted to retain on the transportation facility. The previous facility that was actually flooded was named after Mr. Trahan, so the board made the decision to retain his name. So the sign and the rendering says Beaumont ISD. Mr. Maxwell, correct me if I'm wrong, Trahan Transportation Complex. And the actual, there is a plaque that will be posted inside the facility that lists the names of the board members, all trustees who were involved in the design phase, and then all trustees who are actually seated today because you are a part of the actual construction phase. So that will also be posted inside the facility. Am I answering your question?
Yes, except that we have chosen not to name anything else for anybody at this point. And I just don't want the people who have asked to think that
Well,
we're
that was the
ignoring-
name, that was the name that was already there on that facility. It's not a new name. It's not renaming a facility. It is retaining the name that the facility already had. The facility already had that name.
We are now ready for the consent agenda. Does anyone want to pull?
Mr. President.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, my apologies. Thank you. A couple questions regarding the natatorium. So what's the timing system exactly?
So, Dr. Jackson, if you could come back up, but the timing system is, I guess, when they swim in the lane to actually time for the races. Okay, so I think one of the lanes is out.
So that's pretty self-explanatory. I have another question. So I know we've talked about the air conditioning unit in that facility, which is still out, I'm assuming, right?
Yes, sir.
And so here's the deal, and I'll just be frankly honest with you. I'm set to spend some time over the next couple of weeks at the natatorium with some families and some student athletes and some parents, just for a multitude of reasons. One, to get a better understanding of what exactly that facility is made up of, what the program's made up of, and just to get a better relationship with those parents who continue to reach out for many reasons. But it doesn't sit right with me that the AC is not fixed. And I know we've talked about the corrosives and the struggles in maintaining that AC unit, but it just does not sit right with me that we have that facility there and we don't have it fully functioning and operating. And I know it could cost a lot of money, but it's hard for me to believe in 2025. And this is not against you, but just we can't find some type of way to get an AC unit in that building that works and that will work for an extended period of time. And so, Ms. Hernandez, if we can find it in our budget, and even if it's not right away, but moving into the next budget cycle, I think it's a disservice to our district and kind of disrespect to that facility to not have it fully operable. And to say, it's almost like having a Lamborghini and say, the AC don't work in a Lamborghini. I got this brand new Cadillac Escalade. It's pretty, but man, it got to roll the windows down. You never see an Escalade riding down the road with the windows down. So I just hope we can kind of get on the same page and try to, put something together. And I'll do some research as well and talk to some people I know that are industrial, who are in industrial HVAC and AC, to see what we can do to make sure we're getting the most out of that building and not kind of half-stepping, because we're better than that.
Well, let me share some information publicly, okay? Sure. First, there's only 2 swimming programs in the city of Beaumont, and not in the city, but in Beaumont ISD. That's Westbrook High School Swim Program, that's Beaumont United High School Swim Program. At Westbrook, you probably have approximately 25 to 30 swimmers at Westbrook High School. At Beaumont United, between 10 to 15. We're continuing trying to grow the program at Beaumont United High School. So totally you have about 40 to 45 students in Beaumont ISD swimming in the swim program. That's the responsibility of the district, okay? And our swim season is usually from December maybe to the end of March. So during that time, because of the temperature outside is controllable, the temperature inside is also controllable. Really, the temperature inside the natatorium is supposed to be about 82 degrees. So when you're talking about the temperature really is better for the swimmers that are inside the pool, because you don't want them getting out the pool and it be so cold that they can't feel comfortable. So the environment is not made to be conducive for the spectators. It's really made to be conducive for the swimmers. So really, it's supposed to always be around between 82 to 84 degrees. Now, the concern or the complaints that we receive are from the summer programs, okay? And I feel that the district is doing and going well above our responsibility. There's usually about 10 Saturdays during each summer, the months of June, July, and August. Out of 10 Saturdays, we're hosting 6 or 7 swim meets each Saturday. So we're 6 or 7 Saturdays during the summer out of 10. We have that facility open, not just to the city of Beaumont, basically, but for Southeast Texas. So when we receive these complaints, it's primarily not from just our residents, it's from residents whose children don't even go to Beaumont ISD, which that's number one. But number two, we would love to put a new AC in there right now. I've served on the facility committee with so many other board members through the past years, but also I always say I have to prioritize. I have to know when it's the right time to bring something to the board. And when I know one of our number one goals for the last several years was to give teacher raises, I didn't feel comfortable, and the facility committee didn't feel comfortable asking for $3 million. Also, we wanted to get roofs put on schools. I didn't feel comfortable at that time, and the facilities asking for $3 million. I've always said, if we have it available, I'm asked for it, but it's also about timing. And I'm always leaning on the experience of the facilities committee, their input, as well as Ms. Hernandez when we have that money available. But for the most part, during the school year, that temperature is controlled. It's the complaints that we get during the summer. We've taken money out of our athletic budget to purchase fans for summer programs so we can have air circulating during the summer. Now, it depends on how quickly we want to address it, or it depends when we want to address it, how we want to address it. But $3 million is not a simple amount of money to come and ask the board for when I know that we had other pressing issues. Led by the superintendent, the facilities committee, whenever we're ready to have that discussion, put that into motion, I'll be ready to put that into motion. But I can't, just put things into motion going on to complaints. I also have to have some support and people understanding where we are as a district too as well.
And I appreciate that and I understand that. But this time it's me asking for it. So and I'm asking on behalf of constituents who continue to ask me about it. And it just does not sit well with me to know that we have something that's not fully operable. And I hear you, and that's why I said I'm going to spend more time to get a complete understanding of it, because I haven't. And part of that's my fault because I just haven't. Part of it is because people don't understand that a school district is a city within a city, and it's almost impossible within a 3 or 4 year period to get to every facility and completely understand how they function. Is there revenue associated with the programs that are using that in the summer?
Very little. We weren't making any money on the summer programs. We actually increased the actual costs associated with them utilizing the facility because we have been losing money on the programs that we were allowing to come in and utilize the facility. And, to Dr. Jackson's point, when you look at and I agree, it's terrible that air conditioning does not work. It is terrible. And we have explored how much it would cost to fix it, and it was around $3 million, which was like, man, what else can I do with that money when I'm talking about 40 kids? Like, that's what I'm thinking. We're talking about that many kids. I went to swim practice when the kids were going to state. It was fine. I'm just being honest. I was in there. I sat in the bleachers. I watched the kids practice. Like, it really was fun. It wasn't anything like we're torturing our kids or the kids. No, sir, it's not. And I do want you to go. I think you should. I think you should go and just see and get a feel for what we're actually speaking and talking about. At the end of the day, it's a board decision. You make a sacrifice. If we say we're going to pay $3 million to fix it, we can pay $3 million to fix it, but know that we're not going to do something else in order to get it fixed. We were exploring some other options that, really didn't lend us to a reasonable alternative. But it's not like we want this facility to sit without it working and functioning the way it's supposed to work and function. But I mean, if that's at the end of the day a decision that the board wants to make to move forward with doing that, that's something that we will do. But it is going to cost us. It's going to cost us somewhere else, is what I'm saying.
And I understand that, and I'm asking more than anything just to make sure that it's on our minds and that we at least consider it and that we're doing the research and that we're really doing our due diligence to see what we can do to fix it. And it may not come in next budget cycle. Maybe it can. Maybe the Lord will bless us with some extra provisions, Ms. Hernandez. But I just think that we do need to make sure that it's on our minds and that we're thinking about it and that we're trying to make a way to make it right. And then along with other things pertaining to the natatorium, and it's not our fault. It's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's not anyone on the board's fault that we have a stadium that when it was built, it was probably state of the art, but things change. Hindsight's always 20/20. Looking back, they probably wish they would have put the concrete down so you can service the scoreboard. Looking back, we didn't know technology would be so advanced now that the scoreboard is obsolete and we need a new one. So, that stadium is the gift that keeps on giving. It's gotten us into more than we can possibly even think about getting into over the years. And I just want to make sure that because we have it, we maintain it and make sure that people are at least getting a return on their taxpayer dollars because it has been such a sore subject and topic through the years.
And Mr. Evans, you said it was your fault. It's not your fault, because I want accurate information to be out there. It's our responsibility, and we are doing a great job with our responsibility. Now that natatorium is more of a financial burden than people realize and understand. You're never going to make any profit off of it. Never.
We did it to ourselves.
And I'm just saying it is there because, but I want the information to be accurate. That's the only facility that we leave open to 8 o'clock every night, Monday through Thursday, and open up 6 Saturdays out the summer for outside organizational rentals.
And maybe that needs to be a conversation, there, and I don't mind having it. That it's going to cost.
And when we're leaving it open at 8 o'clock, it's not for our students.
Right.
It's basically for Southeast Texas, for Lumberton, Silsbee, Hardin, Jefferson, and we're not complaining. We're taking on that responsibility, and we're not complaining about taking on that responsibility. But when we need also the community to understand, our number one goal is to be fiscally responsible and make sure we take care of the students and the employees in Beaumont ISD. Because one of the responsibilities the superintendent has charged me with, we need to get middle school swimming started. Now, in hindsight, I wish we'd have built that natatorium closer to the campuses.
Right.
Because 15 and 20 years ago, we didn't have transportation problems. We could have bused the students out there to swim. Right now, with the location, that's my hardest job to figure out how we're going to get the students from the middle schools out to practice to swim at the natatorium. So you're right, but we need to put together, and we will, and we'll work together with you and the facilities committee, and we'll move forward with it.
I appreciate it, Doc. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
You have something, Robert?
Okay, I just want to let you know that I got them same complaints.
Yeah, me too.
And I went out there, I think it was it was on a Saturday, and it's in the summertime, so they were having, what you said, the final,
the finals of us.
meet where they get all the trophies and everything. It was warm, but they had those big old fans out there, and I sat out there a long time just watching the kids swim. One of the other problems we had was with the timers that we were talking about.
The timing system.
So that's money. What was the price of those? Or did we price them?
Complete timing system around between $115,000 and $150,000. Depends on which.
Right, but $3 million for an air condition, it's bearable. Okay. It's not that, people out there passing out or whatever. It's uncomfortable right now.
During the summer.
Yeah, during the summer.
Now, like Dr. Allen, if you go out there right now, you'll be okay, but it's during the summer. And when we're ready to address that or discuss that as a facilities committee superintendent, bringing the board president, then we can have that discussion, okay?
Okay, Ms. Hickman?
I know that we have made conditions so that the water was the right temperature when we had meets. I'm not particularly sympathetic about people who are using it in the summer. I mean, if you've sat on a pool deck watching swimmers compete without any shade, there's no way inside the building with fans and cover, it's as miserable.
And I've shared this with the superintendent. We're fortunate to have a natatorium, but sometimes, I don't want to use the word unfortunate, but people don't realize we have the only natatorium in Southeast Texas. So everyone thinks it's BISD responsibility to take care of everyone's swimming programs or swimming organizations in Southeast Texas. And we have to be fiscally responsible to the students and the teachers and the employees of BISD first, okay? But again, we will address that. We will look into it. It needs to get fixed. It's all about when is the right time to pull together $3 million, okay?
One of the other problems is it won't stay fixed for long because of the corrosive environment. So when we spend that kind of money, we know we're looking at spending it again in 5 years, 8 years.
8 to 10 years, yes, ma'am.
Doc, I'm gonna let you off the hook. We done with you. Facilities report is over. Now we're moving on to the consent agenda. Does anyone want to pull anything off of the consent agenda? Can I get a motion on the consent agenda?
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Dunn, second by Ms. Hickman. All those in favor, raise your hand. Vote 6-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve budget amendments from the General Fund 4 and accept amendments from Special Revenue 9 and Special Revenue 10.
Get a motion.
Second.
Motion was made by Mr. Dunn, second by Ms. Avery. Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, esteemed Sagi.
Like it.
GF4 is just moving money between functions from several campuses. And then SR9 is moving money between functions for Title I, and SR10 is moving money between functions for IDEA-B. There were some large moves from instruction to instructional leadership, and that was to assist some of our failing campuses with Relay GSE. They're bringing in some additional support for instructional help on those campuses, and that's why there was a big move of $40,000 from instruction to instructional leadership to be able to help those campuses. And then that's all I have on the budget amendments. Are there any other questions about?
Any discussion? Any questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? No. Motion carries 6-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve purchases over $50,000. You have a revised purchases over 50 as a separate document outside of your board book. The purchases from the general fund are in the amount of $996,154.21, and from federal funds in the amount of $236,818.92.
Can I get a motion? Motion was made by Mr. Dunn, second by Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Ski. We have two purchases. One is for 2,311 Chromebooks. We want to start a replacement program for those using our one-time funds, and that's $899,556,075. And then our renewal for the district's firewall with Sabre of $96,597.46. Then we have two purchases for Westbrook and Beaumont United to School Days Foundation in the amount of $86,000 each. And then the renewal of our unique learning system for Academics for Life Structure at $64,818.92, and a portion of that is being paid for out of $199. That amount is $3,818.92. We did remove the purchase for Great Minds. We had anticipated receiving the NOGA from TEA for the round 3 on the LASSO grant, but we did not get it, so we can't put it on. We had hoped that we had got it today, but we didn't, so we will be bringing it to the board as soon as we receive that NOGA and we know what the start date of that grant is.
Any questions?
I have one.
Go ahead, Ms. Hickman.
What's the time frame for replacing the Chromebooks? I mean, are we looking at almost $1 million annually, every other year?
We want to at least do a grade level every year. We have not purchased a big major purchase since we received the ESSER funds, and then there was a grant that we got where we purchased a number of them when we were out for COVID. So some campuses are really good about replacing, but there's some that they just don't get enough title funds to do it, so we need to implement this now so that we always have good Chromebooks for testing and instruction. And then some of the Chromebooks, they go out of service where you can't upgrade them anymore. They can use them, but they can't be used for testing. So we've got to start a replacement program to keep our Chromebooks current.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All those in favor? Motion carries 6-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve the school turnaround plans.
So move.
Motion was made by Mr. Evans, second by Mr. Dunn. How are you?
Excellent.
I like that.
Good evening, President 𝐂𝐬𝐧𝐧𝐞𝐭, Dr. Allen, and Board Trustees. Tonight, I'm presenting the district overview of the turnaround plans for Charlton Pollard, Homer Drive, Martin Elementary, Peach MacArthur, and Vincent Middle School.
Come on, principal, stand with her. For those schools. Who you doing first?
So, tonight's plans are addressing the board outcome goals 1, 3, and 5, which address the meets.
I'm
grade
sorry.
levels.
Who you doing first?
So I combined them all together.
okay.
Yes.
All right. You off the hook.
Hopefully. Hopefully I'm doing a good enough job. So, for third grade meets, math and reading, and to also increase the number of A and B rated campuses by 15 to 50% by 2030. So a turnaround plan is a strategic document required by the Texas Education Agency for Public Schools that receive 2 consecutive years of unacceptable performance. This outlines specific actions and interventions to improve student outcomes and school performance. One of the TEA's statutory requirements is to have a public hearing. Charlton Pollard conducted their hearing on October the 2nd, and then the remaining 4 campuses conducted their hearings on Tuesday, October 7th on their campuses. If the community has not or was not able to attend those meetings, there are several other opportunities for them to look over the turnaround plans, and that's at the campus education improvement committees. Also, they can participate in Vision Week, the Net Promoter Surveys, and then curriculum and parent meetings that are on the campus. Also, the district campus websites have the plans posted on those websites, and so the community members can also look at those plans there and provide feedback to the campuses on things that they would like to see on those campuses. The school improvement strategy that we're going to be primarily focused on in the plans is strong foundations and high quality instructional material implementation. And so we are implementing Bluebonnet Math and Reading for PMAC, Homer, and Martin. And then for Charlton Pollard and Vincent, we are going to be implementing HMH for reading, and then we're going to implement the Bluebonnet Math. The materials are being paid for through the LASSO grant for PMAC, Homer, and Martin, and the remaining 2 campuses are going to be paid with district funds. So with the Effective Schools framework is what we're using in order for us to develop our targets for our essential levers. And TEA developed this framework along with school and district leaders using national research, and our campuses are primarily focusing on levers 4 and 5, although the other 3 levers are represented throughout the plan that was presented that you have with you. So lever 4 is high quality instructional materials and assessments, and the use of effective instruction. So the essential action is to use the high quality instructional materials daily, and prioritize Tier 1 instruction in all content blocks for math and reading, and then also to build teacher capacity through observation and feedback cycles. One of the requirements also is to have Domain 3 goals, which is how we are identified federally. So if you see there, I have listed the reading and math meets goals for each individual campus. These goals were not determined arbitrarily, but the Office of Innovation arrived at these goals based on the TEA 26-27 interim targets for meets and for growth. So every campus received an individual personalized Win one-pager to help them identify the number of students needed to meet standard and grow in order for the campus to obtain an A, B, or a C rating for the 26 star. I'm going to now go into the curriculum and instruction components for instructional minutes for math and reading, and then the instructional plan for data PLCs and professional development. So for Bluebonnet reading and HMH instructional minutes, we have 120 minutes per day that's built into the instructional calendar for K through 3, Tier 1 reading instruction, and then 90 minutes per day for reading instruction for 4th through 8th grade. In addition to that, students will also receive intervention time, 30 up to 45 minutes for a mirror and for phonics instruction. And they also for pre-K have Frog Street. For our Bluebonnet math, K through 5 is 60 instructional minutes per day for math K through 5, and then 45 minutes per day for math instruction 6 through 8. For Vincent and PMAX middle school side, they also for 6th and 7th grade have an additional 45 minutes built into the instructional day for IXL and small group instruction and Mathia. The components for additional Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction for K through 5 math is Delta Math and Zern. Now, in the data and instructional PLCs, we will be having those weekly. And those will be required to be attended by our content area teacher, special education teacher, and an instructional leader that supervises that content area. PLCs will be 45 minutes, and on occasion, there will be some additional PLCs in the week, but there is a minimum of 145 weekly occurrence. Also, when any of our technical assistant providers, which is Region 5, Great Minds, Carnegie, and Relay, are on campus, they will also help to facilitate those meetings along with an instructional coach or an assistant principal. Now, during these PLCs, teachers will submit pre-work prior to the PLC in order to maximize the time of the 45 minutes to give opportunities for lesson rehearsal, embedded supports for Tier 1 instruction that supports our special populations, and then we will hold them accountable by monitoring the exit tickets and student samples in order to inform the instruction during those PLCs. Also, we'll have quarterly data reviews with district content leaders, which will attend the PLCs to look over data from the 9-week assessments, and also will collaborate and support the plans of the campus. There are some 2 additional instructional professional developments that we are implementing this year in order to help further support ongoing research-based professional development. And so selected teachers will be required to attend paid Saturday sessions based on classroom observation, student success data to build teacher capacity. And the areas of focus are going to be effective classroom management, trauma-informed teaching, high-quality instructional material lesson internalization, and data-driven actions and small group instruction. The second professional development that we're implementing this year is going to be monthly practice clinics, which are campus-led by the instructional leadership team. They will occur monthly during faculty meetings, and those will focus on opportunities to engage in targeted practice, observe modeled instructional strategies, and refine the teacher's techniques in a collaborative setting. The next layered component that's going to be in these plans is observation and feedback. Each teacher will receive observation and feedback at least monthly and receive that feedback within 48 to 72 hours. The observation time will depend on the campus leader that's observing the teacher. If in that observation they see that the teacher needs additional support, then those observations and feedback will become more frequent. In those observations, the look-fors are going to include evidence of internalization of the lesson, instructional delivery based on research-based instructional strategies, and student engagement strategies. Additional support for these campuses in the targeted turnaround plans will support new principals and teachers within their first 2 years. So in the plan, we will have one-on-one coaching sessions for follow-up implementation and support for teachers provided by a highly qualified instructional leader or content specialist, which includes at the PMAC campus, a multi-leader classroom leader, a content supervisor from CNI, or a technical provider. Also, weekly power meetings and leader PLCs as additional support for our new principal leaders, and those will be conducted by the assistant and or the associate superintendent. And then finally, to support our content supervisors, our coaches, one-on-one coaching sessions for follow-up and implementation support will be provided by the content supervisor, a technical provider, or the DCSI. Each of these supports have access to the Win One pagers, campus improvement plans, the turnaround plans, 90-day plans, and any additional layers of accountability and support to accomplish our goals. So for our milestones, for the summer planning, of course, we're going to recruit and hire certified teachers and adjuncts. This has already occurred, so many of this has already been talked about. We'll be creating plans, or plans have already been created for coaching and supporting teachers, and having support for them with data, and also having opportunity, culture, clearly defined roles for the teachers at PMAC only. The way we're going to monitor this is through looking at the previous year's data and also providing updates to the assistant and associate superintendent weekly during their leadership check-ins. Phase 2, which we're currently in right now, is our first 90 days. These plans have already been looked at and are being approved by the assistant and associate superintendent, and they're going to be making sure that we implement the HQIM daily, make sure that we establish weekly PLCs, have a minimum of 10 instructional walkthroughs, also make sure they conduct one coaching session aligned with Bluebonnet Learning, and then also develop additional professional development plans for at-risk students on the campus. These will also be monitored through the different data that's collected in PLCs and weekly instructional leadership team meetings. In the second semester of the plan, there will be another 90-day plan that is created. The paid Saturdays and practice clinics will be in full swing. Also, we will increase coaching frequency on the campuses, and then there'll be one-on-one coaching documentation that is collected during that second semester as we continue to look at NWA, IXL, MOY, and EOY data and other 9-week assessments. So during that time, in order to monitor those, we will still be continually looking at exit ticket data and PLCs, and also looking at student work samples and looking at the data from the various 9-week assessments, and also any other exit tickets and things that the campuses administer. And then finally, for phase 4, at the end of the year, we're going to refine and sustain what we have already put in place. We will also implement the teacher incentive allotment for the 26-27 school year, and we'll be refining and reflecting on the efforts that we put in place, the actions we put in place for year one in order to re-implement year two. The monitoring efforts is we'll have an annual reflection and performance analysis that are shared with all stakeholders. Typically that's done in goals night, but also there'll be other opportunities to have stakeholder public meetings regarding the data that we collected over the course of the year and looking at end of year STAR performance. So our strategy for fidelity of implementation for the turnaround plan, the assistant and associate superintendent will review the progress towards the milestones through weekly power meetings with the principals, monthly instructional calibrated walks with content supervisors and technical assistant providers, and then data reviews with campus leaders after district assessments. The curriculum and instruction will review progress towards milestones through regular attendance at campus PLCs, the review of whetstone data and action steps provided by the campus and instructional leaders, weekly walkthroughs conducted by content supervisors, and then bi-monthly reviews of exit tickets and trackers and district assessment data trackers by content supervisors during campus visits. Earlier in the previous month, we had already approved, I just included it in the presentation, where the LASSO 3 funds have been budgeted for the year. And we're also looking at additional funds through the LASSO 4 grant and opportunities in order to fund some more of our projects that we have, that we're looking forward to for the next, for the current school year and upcoming school year. Okay, now y'all can grill the principals if you have any questions.
I think you've done a good job with an overview of the plans of action. Anybody got any questions? Go ahead, Joe.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Laverne, what are we doing to address behavior and attendance on those campuses that are in question?
So when it comes to the behavior, and I can have the principals speak individually about what they're doing on their campuses as far as how they're addressing behavior. And then, what was the other question?
Well, I just didn't see anything, unless I missed it or glossed over it. I didn't see anything in these improvement plans that talk about addressing behavior and attendance. And me personally, I can't vote for any of these plans if they don't have anything in them that address behavior or attendance when I know those are issues on those campuses.
Principals, come on down.
So Mr. Goebel's coming. I do want to answer part of your question, Trustee Evans. These plans are developed in alignment with, just to say, I just want to make sure he understands why the focus areas are selected. So one requirement from TEA, these have to be ESF aligned, right? So those levers, those 5 levers are the only buckets, so to speak, that you can pull from for developing your plan. So what you're talking about is the school culture bucket is where that would fall. So we don't also arbitrarily pick from those buckets. It must be aligned to the school diagnostic that was conducted by an outside party. In our case, it's Region 5 Service Center comes and does that ESF diagnostic visit. From that visit, they give you a report of all of your systems based on their campus visit, as well as all of the artifacts that those campuses produce to demonstrate their work and its alignment with the ESF framework. From that, they tell you your 2, no more than 3 places that you should focus your efforts, and your plans must be aligned to that report and feedback. So we actually, I know we often talk about student behavior, but when they look at the framework and what the expectations are for campuses, our culture systems meet the expectation or not the strongest place that they think that we can get traction. It has come out to be areas for curriculum and instructional practice, and in some case, stronger leadership and planning. So those are the 3 buckets that you see our plans being generated from, because that is the report from the diagnostic. Now, I will say that doesn't mean that we don't work on culture. we certainly work on culture. They're just not represented in these plans because they wouldn't meet the TEA expectation because that's not what was diagnosed for our schools. So they are looking to see if schools are primed for learning, if they are ready for learning, and if we have strong enough structures and systems in place for that to occur. So we checked that box on our diagnostic. I think we had one campus that has ever been recommended for culture systems. So that's why they're designing it. But I'll let the principals talk specifically about behavior that lives outside of these printed plans.
And I understand that, and I appreciate that, Ms. Cheatham. But what I'm asking is what are we doing to address behavior and attendance on these campuses that are in front of us? And I understand that TEA wants us to work within the framework, but on this one and a couple other things, but particularly this one, I don't think TEA has it completely right. I think that those things have to be addressed, and if not, we set those principals up for failure. We're not giving them the tools they need. So whether it be some hall monitors or somebody from the truancy office making phone calls when kids aren't coming to school or coming to school late, we have to be aggressive to get this right. If the kids are gonna show their you-know-what's in class every day, it's nothing Ms. Taylor can do to make them learn because they're not gonna behave.
I also
not gonna
agree with
behave.
that, but this plan here is the one we have to submit to TEA. That's what this plan is about. It's about what we need to do a turnaround plan for TEA.
Yes.
We can work on what happens here in BISD, but TEA has to also approve this plan. And we can't put the behavior stuff into this plan
Yes.
because that doesn't matter to TEA. It's not part of the, can you speak to that, son?
Well, I tell you what, we should have put a supplement in, because once again, as for me, I'm a no vote on all these turnaround plans because they do not address what I feel like needs to be addressed, and that's behavior and attendance. And we all know one of those principals stand up there had to beg parents to bring the kids to school and not pick them up early. I heard it with my own ears. One of the campuses, I see the kids walking on and off the campus. One of the campuses, I work with children, and I know they miss double-digit days. So if we're not addressing behavior, if we're not addressing attendance, I don't care what TEA says.
But we have addressed the shortfalls that TEA
diagnosed
says we need to address.
Well, once again, TEA
But
setting
those
us up for
plans-
failure.
And we have the district improvement plan and the campus improvement plans that will be brought next month for approval. When you look at the district plan, it aligns with the campus improvement plan. The turnaround plan also builds off the campus improvement plan. So where you don't see it in the turnaround plan, it is included in the campus improvement plan, which the board also will approve.
Yes.
And additionally, we have our own attendance plans. We meet regularly, we monitor their absences, we do home.
Dentist review
So we do
committees.
have our own individual campus plans where we address attendance. The same thing with behavior. Our behavior specialists and our wellness coordinators, they meet weekly, and they identify the top 25 students who have behavior concerns. They have regular meetings with them. They also meet with the parents. So we do have individual plans on each campus to address those concerns.
I appreciate that wholeheartedly, and I'm not taking anything away from what you guys are saying or what you guys do. I believe in all of you. I've seen the hard work that you do, but I also know what kind of students you have on your campuses, and I know that one of them can hijack a classroom and two of them can hijack a whole school. So as for me, I'm a no vote on this. It has nothing to do with any of you personally or professionally, because I believe in you. But I need to see it with my own two eyes that, yes, we are addressing attendance in this fashion and we are addressing behavior in this fashion. And if not, I'm a no vote on it. Now, next month when we come back and I see y'all's plans, I probably vote yes. And guess what? You probably have enough votes to get done what you need to get done. But for the sake of principles, I cannot vote yes on these turnaround plans. And they are well done, and I believe in you.
Can you shed some light on this?
I think the best way to shed light on it would be to say, if you are in a geography class and you write the answer on your paper as pretty purple flowers, your teacher's going to mark it wrong. That's what TEA is going to do if we add extraneous information to these plans. So take the plans for what they're supposed to be, not the be-all and the end-all, and let them use them for what they're supposed to do, and then in their campus plans, they're going to give you what you want as far as behavior control. I mean, you got to give TEA what they want.
Well, and Trustee Evans, I will say on my plan, I did address the changes that we've made in our culture segment for the ESF. So it is talking about it, it is discussing it, and as Ms. Cheatham said, it's not the highest focus area, but we are definitely addressing it, and I spoke to the changes we've made in order to make sure that we could have all of our students primed for learning. So that means a reduction in kids going to pathways. That means a reduction in discipline. Our referrals, we actually asked our teachers to write more referrals because we wanted to handle that discipline ASAP so that our kids would be primed for learning quickly. So I will say, it's not that we're not addressing it. We are putting it in there, but it's not that high focus area. Yes, sir.
Ms. Adams, you like to say something?
Well, since you called me up. So for our campus, we also have implemented reverse suspensions instead of sending students home, because the ideal is we want to keep them in the classes in the school. But if the parents don't know what is going on in the building, let's come into the building and support your child, but you're also supporting the campus. So we are doing reverse suspensions. I had 2 parents there today. The expectation is you're going to stay with your baby from the time they enter into the building up until lunch. That gives you a half a day. I understand they have a job. So in order for us to do our job, mom, dad, sister, whoever, adult, trusted adult, I need you to come in and support us. And the best way to do that is to be in the building. Before they leave, they meet with us and give us an overview and feedback of things that we can improve on, but also what are some good things that are going on in the building. So there are behavior interventions that are put in place at Peach MacArthur. We also have our attendance committee, and we do incentivize our students for coming. They do meet, the committee meets once a month to discuss our priority students who are missing those 3, 4, 5+ days, and we do home visits too.
Thank you. One more elementary principal.
I guess what I'll share is what Ms. Chapman mentioned earlier. We're utilizing a wraparound support team, which consists of the counselor, our behavior interventionist that we share with Blanchette, as well as the wellness coordinator. It does not exempt the assistant principal or myself. So what we're doing is actually conferencing with students, not only the students, but the parents as well. We have several individuals that are actually mentoring our students. We realize it's not just the boys, it's a great need for the girls as well. And of course, as you know, revision is one of the ones that have extended. Last year, they really took a chance on us with our elementary students, which was a total of 6 5th grade boys. Well, now it has extended not only to the boys, but to the girls in grades 3, 4, as well as the 5th grade. So again, all of that collaboration is very much needed because we realize off-task behavior will interfere with the academic success and growth of students.
So, Ms. Taylor.
Yes.
On behalf of your fellow principals, and I hear all of you, I can get a commitment from you just by shaking your head that you are hawking attendance. I heard one of you say you make phone calls and home visits, and I know you're gonna make that commitment.
Yes.
And you telling me you're gonna make the commitment to make sure behavior is a priority regardless of what's in front of me.
Yes.
That's what you're telling me?
Yes, I am.
I'll vote yes. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
But we're going to get to approve their plans, their campus plans. We're going to get them next month. This plan here needs to go right away. The campus.
So this plan is due on November the 21st is when it's due to TEA. Yeah, it just changed because it was due prior to that.
Before you walk off, Ms. Avery.
On the staffing, you put in there about the summer staffing. You may want to put some more in there about that because, you know, summer staffing is a little bit hard to have, good sometimes. You may want to add that in there because that is a very tough part to, but if it says it's set, Is it already set? Everything's in there? Summer staffing?
Yes.
Summer, you talking about
Staffing.
summer school staffing?
In the part they have in there?
So, we don't have, there's, in here is not summer school staffing per se, but one of the things that is listed in LASSO 4, and we're meeting and discussing that, is to extend summer school and get additional funding there in order for us to staff the summer school with highly qualified teachers in order to prevent summer slide, as you saw in Dr. Frank's presentation. So when we looked at the plans, TEA actually, and I provided that in your packet as well, TEA provided a checklist of things that were required to be in the plan. And so we made sure that each one of the principals made sure that each one of those plans addressed the concerns that are required by TEA. But we are looking at additional ways to support our students during the summer, and we're looking at some funding so that we can then get highly qualified staff for the summer school program.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Great, brother.
So the last thing here, for your campus plan, you're gonna address this behavior issue, right? Not yes. Okay, we good. Thank you.
And to Mr. Evans' point, which I mean, we know this has been an ongoing problem. Like, this is not a new problem. The legislator, we thought they were giving us better tools during this last legislative session, but the tools that they actually gave us are contradictory tools, okay? So we know the best thing to do is to keep the kids in class, keep the kids in class. We know that the best thing to keep the kids in class and keep them from misbehaving, I have to have strong instruction in the classroom. I can't have downtime. I have to have systems. I have to have my culture in place. That's part of the campuses. They have 90-day plans that they have to execute during the first 90 days of the school year to set the foundation. Some things working and some things not working. I'm being honest. And you know it because you've been on campuses and you've seen what is happening. We have more and more aggressive behaviors with these kids. And, you know, we put resources in place. I just told Mr. Samuels, he wanted to cut some paraprofessional positions. I told him no. I said, we're not going to do it. Listen. And the reason, and listen, no, and it's not about Mr. Samuels, and it's not about that. It's about we're always trying to do what? We're trying to make certain we're maximizing so that, you know, in the fall, I mean, in the summer, everybody's going to be looking for more money. Where's that money come from? We know the money typically comes from people. So if you overstaffed in an area, what do? This is what we do every year. But I said, no, this time we're not going to do it. We're going to leave the positions. We're going to spread them out to help support kindergarten, first grade, okay, with behavior. It's not enough. It's not enough. I'm giving you one extra person, and that's what's getting ready to happen. Y'all get ready to get an extra person. If Dr. Frank hadn't told you, I told y'all getting ready to get somebody to help support, to rotate how you want to use them. But I need them on the buses, okay? I need somebody on every bus right now, or half the buses right now. I don't have the manpower for that. I don't, okay? I need more than what I'm giving them. We're trying. Because right now, it's the climate that our kids are growing up in that we don't have control over, that we're having to figure out how to deal with it. And it is frustrating. It is exhausting. Okay? But when we start, you know, changing our philosophy and cracking down on things with parents and families, and they start coming up and complaining to the board, I need you to support us. When these people come and say, well, the principal told me this, and the principal wouldn't let me do this, and the principal said this, and they complain because they're going to complain, I'm going to need the support from the board to say, okay, well, you just need to do what they told you to do. You need to do what they told you to do. Because, you know, our people in our community, they have their own mindset. And it's going to take a massive amount to just change that mindset about school. So when I tell the principals, they don't like to do this. But when we talk about attendance, you have to start taking away all that little fun stuff for the kids, and they don't have no control over it. But you have to take it away, Mr. Evans. You can't go to the little popsicle party. You can't go to the sock hop. You can't go to the dance just because your mother or your father chose not to do what? Take it to school. So when we start doing that, and they start saying no, because I told them to say no, and then they start calling all of y'all and blowing up your phones and complaining, I need you to say, you know what? I'm supporting the principal. I'm supporting this. Did your child come to school? They've been resistant to that. I'm going to be honest. They've been resistant to really holding, because you punishing children for adult behavior. That's exactly what you're doing. You are punishing children for adult behavior. But we're at a point where that's the kind of extreme thing that we need to do to maybe get some more traction. I'm not saying it's going to work all the way, but you know, when you start unrolling that, what happens? You're going to get the feedback that in the community, you're going to have to be ready to take that, and I need you to take it. I know, but you're going to get that, and I need you to be able to say, hey, look, I'm sorry. This is what we got to do, because this is where we are. We have schools that's on fire. And when you look at the attendance rates, let's compare what your child's attendance rate is. Technically, when you come to that school every day at 1:30 to come pick up your child, we got to release the kid. We got to release the kid. We keeping documentation of it. You got to release the kid. When the principal talks to that parent and say, why are you picking up this child every day? It doesn't matter to some of the parents. To many of them, it does not matter. When you telling them the truth about what the implication is for you doing this. Why? It's convenient for them, and they're doing it. And they're doing it. And it's crazy. I'm going to be honest. It's crazy. It's wrong. It is bad. But as we ratchet up consequences, there are consequences. There's feedback that's going to come, but we're going to need the support with that feedback.
Thank you. But we know that student outcomes change when adult behaviors change. So if we have to deal with them, we'll deal with them.
It is what it is.
We'll deal with them. Thank you.
We're gonna have to deal with teachers too.
Yeah.
Because they don't want their babies not to go.
Yeah. That's the hard truth.
I don't have a problem with
Yeah.
it, but they are going to be a problem with it.
Okay, all of those in favor of approving it? Approving these turnaround plans? Motion carries 6-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve the addition of one interpreter coordinator position for the Southeast Texas Regional Day School Program for the Deaf and include it in the district's board-approved compensation plan.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Ms. Hickman, second by Mr. Dunn.
Good evening again, board. The interpreter coordinator position has been approved by the Southeast Texas Regional School Program for the Deaf's board already. As you are aware, Beaumont ISD is the fiscal agent for this program, and so we are requesting that you approve the position to be added to their budget. Any questions?
Any questions? Discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries 6-0. Okay. We are now going to deal with the replacement of our board secretary. Are there any nominations for the position of secretary? Ms. Hickman.
I'd like to move Denise Wallace Spooner as secretary.
Second.
Are there any other nominations? Ms. Spooner, will you accept the nomination? Well, guess what? You are now appointed the secretary of the board.
There doesn't have to be a vote because there's no opposition.
There's no opposition. There's only one candidate. Okay, you get 30 seconds to speak your mind, and I got my timer on. Start with you, Mr. Evans.
Principals, thank you very much. I'm behind you. If you notice, the aggression in my tone is not directed towards you, but we're at a critical place right now, and I want to make sure that all of us are very aggressive and very vigilant in terms of what we need to do. And for parents, I know that the truancy law may not be in effect anymore, but you are contributing to the truancy of your child, which is a crime. And I'm gonna do everything I can to push that. And I'm coming after you if you're not getting your kids to school. So I just want to be on record saying that. I know the law, I've been studying the law, and I'm trying to do everything I can in my power to bring it to the superintendent to make sure our truancy department is where it needs to be, because I'm coming after these parents for not getting these children to school. And that's my spiel.
Ms. Avery?
Thank you very much, principals, for all that you do, for all keeping the schools safe, keeping our students learning, and keeping your staff motivated. I really, really appreciate that. And please keep doing that. Please keep working, coming in every day, all year. Also, we had to keep looking for places and ways how to get our students educated from all peers. It works. Peer tutoring, student-led tutoring, facilitations, it works. I know that firsthand. I have 40 interns right now, students, seniors, working as elementary tutors right now. It does work.
It's done.
As usual, you guys are doing an outstanding job. And I know you had a long day today. Y'all ate earlier. I saw half of you out there asleep. Some of y'all was probably snoring. But we do really appreciate what you do. And I know sometimes it doesn't appear to be that way, because we got a lot of questions, but you got to understand the responsibility of this board. And yeah, we take a lot of heat out there. And me, I probably take the most. I got about 600 calls here, messages I haven't even answered, because I know who they from. But the bottom line is, what you do is important. And you need to keep that in mind on those long days, or those days that you're not really feeling that well about it, and it looks like that you're not appreciated. Well, you are, and I just want to make sure that you guys understand that. Thank you for your service.
Ms. Spooner, 30 seconds.
Wow. I wanted to say I'm speechless, but but that's very rare. But I would like to wish each and every one of you, our principals, a wonderful evening, what's left of it, and a weekend of joy in what you all do, because we definitely appreciate you. Something else that stood out to me tonight, how, we as one can do phenomenal things. And I want to thank the pilot, Dr. Allen. She's over there. When I stepped in, I was looking at her airplane brooch, and I was like, what's going on? Believe it or not, principals, we didn't know all of the details. And then the administration, everything they put into the lovely stewardess. Let's give them a round of applause. And so, Presidente, I will stop now, because guess what?
Thank you, Senora.
I have jet lag. I have jet lag. Thank you all
Ms.
tonight.
Hickman?
Yes.
Principals, I know what you do, and I appreciate it every day, and I'm so glad I'm not doing it anymore. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, Doc.
Just
We'll
thank
give you
you to the
45
team.
seconds.
Thank you so much to the team for all that you do. Thank you.
Finally, I'll do it in 15. Look, I know your eyes glazing over. It's time to go home. But everyone has already remarked, you are special. What you do is special. What you bring to this district is special. We're going to continue to educate kids, because that's what we're charged with doing. Just keep on going. Don't worry about TEA and all the rest of that stuff. We got it. Just keep on educating children, and that's what we're about here. Don't worry about all this negative stuff. Keep on keeping on, because that's what we've been charged to do in BISD. Don't worry about all the rest of that mess. Keep on keeping on, and we're going to be fine at the end of the day. Got it? Mr. Evans, I feel you. I feel you. I'm in the same boat with some of these things. I got you. I understand. But we want what's best for our children. Ms. Greenwood, I'm coming. I'm gonna come read. Let me read out my little laundry list. Ms. Edwards, I'm coming. Ms. Moore, I'm coming. Ms. Taylor, I'm coming. Ms. Adams, I'm going back. Have I done my 30 seconds? Ms. Guidry, I'm gonna visit you. And Ms. Long, definitely, I'm coming back. And I'm in my pink, real strong men wear pink. Y'all have,
See y'all tomorrow night at Memorial Stadium in Port Arthur. I'll be on the Beaumont side.
you better be. You better be. And listen, I would like to see some of you come to our football games and represent BISD. You're gonna run across some of your kids that you've already dealt with, but come out and support BISD. With that being said, have a good evening.
And I apologize for Mr. Dunn because I promised we wouldn't call you out if you were napping.